morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just one announcement. There's a motorbike parked outside that is in a kind of a danger zone. I don't know who came with a motorbike. If it's possible, please go and move your vehicle. Welcome to the second of the Small Business Institute's SMEs Indaba in Cape Town. We have a wonderful program today and I really hope you will enjoy it. We hold these sessions to inform ourselves, our members and our guest speakers about the development in the political economy and the odds for and against SMEs to do what they do best, and that's create jobs. More than 95% of registered businesses in the world are small in size. That is, they employ less than 250 people, and they account for between 60 and 70% of the working population. Now, in the current unemployment rate in South Africa is about 26%, and the National Development Plan's target for 2030 is 6%. The NDP goal also is for 90% of all new jobs to come from SME growth and sustainability. And this equates to about 9.9 million jobs by small business. And yet, policymakers do not coordinate between ministries, layers of national, provincial and local government, and they do not think small first when regulating and legislating, and that has got to change. Arguably, the most significant challenge President Ramaphosa faces is addressing unemployment. Economic inclusion cannot happen unless we grow the economy. And he will definitely need to get the balance right between government intervention and giving private enterprise the space to grow the economy. And where regulation is concerned, less is more. In every comparative study, South Africa ranks poorly against its peers when it comes to government intervention. Our performance has steadily been worsening, despite the 1995 White Paper and all other policy documents endorsing the mythical enabling environment. We will soon be releasing the SBI Index Tracker, which consolidates various indexes to monitor South Africa's business environment for SMEs. And we'll also look at how South Africa compares along the start, run, grow continuum. And we will keep an eye on things like, in the last 2 years, we've plummeted 60 places out of 190 countries in the Ease of Doing Business survey. We are now in 131st place. Entrepreneurial activities by 25 to 34-year-olds, and that is where unemployment is the highest, fell by more than 40% over the last 2 years. And as a direct indictment of government, the time taken to complete the procedures to start a business in South Africa has more than doubled since 2015. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a year after the start and the introduction of the Department of Small Business Development. But I think perhaps most importantly, the Minister of the Department of Small Business Development has yet to issue the guidelines for Section 18 of the Small Business Act, which mandates all cabinet ministers to consider how regulation and legislation affects SMEs. They must think small first now more than ever. Along with far too many regulations, SME faces a highly concentrated market with key industries controlled by a few big businesses, which make it very hard for new entrants to compete. Also a tax code which could have more incentives and less stumbling blocks. Excessive and cumbersome red tape. Labor laws which prevent us from taking chances, particularly on the segment of our population most in need of work. SMEs are 17% more likely to employ a young person than big business. And last not least, corruption at every level of government, particularly at local level, municipal level, where SMEs are enjoined by law to engage on their local IDP and where they rely on service delivery to open their doors. Fortunately, today's keynote speakers and panelists will be leading us through the maze of these issues. Advocate and Professor Thuli Madonsela really needs no introduction. It is a personal honor to thank her for her unimpeachable integrity, dedication as a servant leader, and unwavering bravery as a true protector of the public. The capture and corruption, diverting so many of our nation's resources to the pockets of a few, has hampered individuals, institutions, and our SMMEs in every way. Without her, we would unimaginably be worse off. Lawson Naidoo is Executive Secretary of the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution. It's our most precious living document. With a background traversing politics, business, and civil society, you'll have seen him recently in the news calling for the President to clean up the National Prosecuting Authority, in court papers arguing that our current public protector watered down the Vrede Dairy report, and working with My Vote Counts to ensure the appointment of the next electoral commissioners is transparent and involves the public. Our third keynote impressed and inspired us with his open letter to Cyril Ramaphosa, in which he suggested that the former president's lasting legacy for us is that we are now morally bankrupt. He will talk to us today about the courage to be human. Our first panel, moderated by our Director of Communications, Sikim Ngabadeli, will also help us painting a picture of this landscape and features economists and editors you will all know by name and reputation. The conversation among our second panel, to be steered by veteran political journalist Guy Davis, will include ideas from the editor of Small Business Insight, the CEO of Westgrow, and an SME tax specialist, and they will try to address whether government is helping or hindering SMEs. And finally, as we always do, we'll end our program with the inspiring testimony from entrepreneurs who've built and created jobs against all odds. Today's panel will be moderated by Phumlani Nkuntwana. He's an entrepreneur himself, as well as a lecturer and researcher at Stellenbosch University. Phumlani will ask how to turn challenges into opportunities. The biographies of all our speakers are available on our website. It's www.smallbusinessinstitute.co.za. And as always, if you have any questions, SMS your questions to the number on the screen, and we'll try our best to see and ensure that it's answered during the Q&A sessions. And now it's my honor and privilege to introduce our first guest speaker. Advocate Thuli Madonsela is an advocate of the High Court of South Africa and a lifelong activist on social justice, constitutionalism, human rights, good governance, and the rule of law. Named one of Time 100 influential people in 1914 and Forbes Africa Person of the Year in 1916, Thuli Madonsela is one of the drafters of the South African Constitution and co-architect of several laws that sought to illuminate South Africa's democracy. Thuli Madonsela was South Africa's public protector for 7 years, co-architect and founding chairperson of the African Ombudsman Research Center. She has a global reputation for integrity and fearlessness in enforcing accountability and justice in the exercise of public power and the use of public resources. She has a history of highlighting the importance of social justice and general inclusive enjoyment in the fruits of democracy in the pursuit of peace. Currently resident at Harvard University as an Advanced Leadership Fellow, Thuli Madonsela has accepted the chair of Social Justice at Stellenbosch University with effect from January 2018. She's a Paul Harris Fellow, Tolberg Global Leader, and the recipient of Transparency International's Integrity Award, the German Africa Prize, and the Commonwealth Lawyers Truth and Justice Award, among her innumerable accolades. Advocate Thuli Madonsela.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the privilege of joining you this morning. I congratulate the SBI for bringing us together to discuss this. May I have the remote control, please? Sorry about that. My mistake. Thank you. It is always a privilege to interact with the business community and all communities in this country that drive our progress as a country. But for me, it is particularly gratifying to participate in this Indaba because I do believe that small business is a driver of thriving communities, not only just in terms of earning revenue for the country, but if you think about it, most of the services that keep communities going are provided by small businesses. They could be micro, they could be medium, and slightly large, but they are the people who make things happen on a day-to-day basis, and sometimes we do not really realize that. I'm here to talk to you a bit about ethical business practices for smaller business owners. The question is, why now? You will agree that a discussion on integrity and ethics is timely, because lapses in integrity have been part of the reason why we've had turbulence in our environment. We started this year on a season of hope. Would you agree with me? And there was just so much joy on people's faces. I don't see a lot of joy in front of me now. But I remember when I addressed an Old Mutual event in February, I quoted the following words: "Salute to a generation that pulled the country out of the abyss and placed it on the pedestal of hope on which it rests today." And I asked the audience, who said these words? And most people thought those words had been said recently. It turned out that these words had been said in 1999 by President Thabo Mbeki when he was receiving the baton from President Mandela. And he applauded President Mandela and his generation, which would include President de Klerk, former ANC President Tambo and others, for the leadership they had provided, which had taken us out of the abyss and placed us on the pedestal of hope. So we're back on the pedestal of hope at the beginning of this year, and it was a good place to be. For you who are in the small business environment, I believe it was a good place to be. And because hope drives everything. And when hope dies, things begin to fall apart. But here we are in June. Who moved our cheese? You will remember the book by Spencer Johnson, Who Moved My Cheese, of mice that were living a peaceful life and being happy to have cheese every day in their lives. And they used to collect this cheese at some station. And as they collected that cheese, they didn't ask questions about who made this cheese and who did it belong to. There was cheese. And everything was going well. Just as we had our cheese when former President Nelson Mandela and his colleagues had placed us on that pedestal. And one day the cheese was gone. And the mice responded in two ways. The one set of mice went left, as you can see up there, and another set of mice went right. The ones that went left asked the question, who moved my cheese? They analyzed and analyzed the problem, and some of them even became experts on analyzing who moved my cheese. And some would say, we saw it started disappearing, and they really became experts. But the reality is, at the end of the day, they remained cheeseless. Then there was another set of mice that turned to the right and decided, okay, our cheese has moved, but let's go and find some other cheese. And they did go and find some other cheese. And they lived hopefully ever after. I often think that maybe Spencer Johnson should have had 3 sets of cheese. Those who made cheese, because what if there's no cheese to find? In your area as disruptors, small businesses disrupt, isn't it? You don't always find the cheese. You often make the cheese by totally disrupting the environment. But let's look at where we are now in June 2018. What cheese has moved? Land. The land question has become a big question mark. People are asking questions, will I still have my land today? When President Ramaphosa was elected, there was that revival of the pedestal of hope, and because the ANC was very clear that land will not be taken away willy-nilly. There will be guiding principles which will include making sure that the business sector is not disrupted, we become economically viable, investors are attracted, and that food security is maintained. And in recent times, they've even spoken about that they will make sure that they stay within the broader realm of human rights and protection and promotion of national unity. But still, there is a feeling of uncertainty. Another reason we're feeling a little bit uncertain right now, inequality. Stats SA released our stats for the year. The first quarter of this year indicating that currently we still remain very unequal. The World Bank even said we're the most unequal society in the world. But key for me in terms of our own statistics, South Africa, is the fact that 1 in every 2 people in our country is poor. So we have more than 50% poverty in our country. This is a country of about 57 million people, and Stats SA says about 30 million of those people are poor. That's a source of concern, because inequality and poverty are toxic combinations. Then we have unemployment. It doesn't seem to be going away. It's still at 27%. And that's official unemployment. If you then take real unemployment, you'll find that it's more than 50%. Statistics SA talks about something that they call NEET. It's N-E-E-T. Those who are not in employment, not in education, not in training. So if you add those, you will realize that the picture looks even more concerning. Social fracture. Part of the abyss, the recent problem we had was we had Bob Pottinger play divide and rule at the time to divert us from our concerns around the privatization of the state and monetarization of politics, which we referred to as state capture. And to divert our attention, they threw a dead cat on the table, and everyone jumped to look at the dead cat and forgot what we were doing. And that was the white monopoly capital campaign, and which translated into really an attempt to divide people in terms of color. I remember under apartheid that white people were never a problem. White supremacy was a problem, and the system of apartheid was a problem. But nobody, I've tried to recall in my memory ever any language that was saying white people are a problem in this country. It was always white supremacy is a problem and apartheid is a problem. The people who were saying that were black and white people. Now, but there has been now a resurgence of social fracture, and it's not just according to race or along racial lines, class as well. People going into clinics and dragging people out of hospitals, and just a sense of anger in the atmosphere. And there's also a sense, lastly, among other things, that the state capture that we thought we had subdued remains a big challenge. That at the moment, any attempts to take the matter to court have not yet been successful. And that's making people worried around impunity. Because part of being part of the community, you require justice. That when I do the right thing, I'll be rewarded for doing the right thing. And those who seem to be doing the wrong thing will be held accountable for doing the wrong thing. And when that doesn't happen, people feel sad. The same way as we feel sad when other people jump the queue. I've seen the nicest of people become extremely livid when somebody jumps the queue. So that's the feeling right now. But going back to Spencer Johnson's idea, as small business people, what's your response to this? I get a sense that you're still here today with your businesses because your response to turbulence has been the same as the mice that stopped complaining about who moved their cheese, but looked at where do we find other cheese? And they rewarded by finding better cheese. And that was in line with what former President Nelson Mandela said once. He said, after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are many more hills to climb. So we climbed the hill of apartheid, we succeeded. We climbed the hill of state capture. We did well. And we found ourselves at the beginning of this year on a pedestal of hope. But Roosevelt Moskenter, a Harvard professor, says a pedestal is not a summit. So once you've climbed on a pedestal, it just gives you higher ground to see better and see further. But then there are more mountains to climb. What can we learn as small business people about the successes we've had and the successes of people like Nelson Mandela in bringing us where we found ourselves on a pedestal of hope despite the turbulences? My sense of it is that it boiled down to epic leadership. This is a philosophy we sort of stumbled upon when we were working at the Park Protector, looking at what helped us to survive, what makes businesses stay on track despite turbulences and changes in the environment, what makes political parties withstand time, what makes communities stay on track. It boils down to epic leadership. As you can see on the board, epic leadership is about leadership. Firstly, it's about leadership throughout a society and throughout an organization. Instead of saying the leader is the one who's the top leader, you say everyone is a leader, but they've got different leadership spaces and different leadership responsibilities. But a cleaner leads. And if you think a cleaner doesn't lead, ask Tiger Foods. Because you can lead there, but if the cleaner doesn't see themselves as the CEO of cleaning, and they cannot relate the consequences of their cleaning to the success of the journey, they can be that one small thing that sinks the Titanic. I mean, literally, the Titanic was sunk by somebody, or at least history says that. It was a sentry that just didn't do the job. It was just supposed to keep watching, and they diverted. They're not the most important person. If you use the philosophy that says the most important person is the person with the highest paid job and the most fancy title. The reality is that in a successful organization, every person is important, and every person should see themselves as the CEO of their own lives and of that place. So firstly, epic leadership is about leadership at all levels. And what kind of leadership is required? It's leadership that is ethical, that is principled leadership, where everyone does the right thing the right way, because it's the right thing to do. Not because they're going to be discovered, but because that's the right thing. 2, purpose-driven. Epic leaders, they always make sure that they are driven by a purpose. I think Stephen Covey wrote that book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And again, one of the core principles there is always beginning with the end in mind. And after reading that book as a young person, I told myself, begin with the end in mind and stay with the end in mind. Whatever you do, always reconcile it with, what am I trying to achieve here? And 3, impact conscious. Epic leaders are impact conscious. They're very clear that people don't always do what you tell them to do. As a leader, you know that, isn't it? They do what you do. You tell them to do that. If you say, for example, to my staff, thou shalt not steal. Then you say to them, okay, if you're going to sell bread here, it's okay to sell it, to weigh 800 grams and then sell it and say it's 1 kg. They'll do that. But you said they must not steal from you. But what they will do is they will steal from you already, because they've already learned that stealing is okay, as long as you're not going to be found, isn't it? I remember, for example, as a public protector, a lot of the investigations that we did, we discovered that it really started with people having been thrown into some corrupt scheme. So they got involved in a corrupt scheme, a tender. They were required to rig a tender. But once they rig one, and during rigging that tender, they were given an incentive for that tender. And then after that, they're going to rig their own tenders as well. And then you get a corrupt organization. It becomes important to be conscious about your impact. And as a child, I was taught that there was a book about a crab. Does anybody remember that story? It must have been grade 2 or so, where the mother crab was telling the little crab to walk properly and stop walking in a crooked way. Okay, that's the story we read. It was Little Nkala and Big Nkala. Well, it was a Zulu story, maybe you didn't read it in English. But so mother crab was telling the little crab, you know how crabs walk? They walk like this. So the mother crab was telling the little one to walk straight, and the little one said, but mommy, you walk in a crooked way too. So it becomes important that we walk the talk. And lastly, committed to service. Most people start businesses not for money. Most people start, if you look at somebody like Richard Branson, you start a business because you find that the services that you're getting are not the services you want. And then you say, well, I might as well create a service for myself, but whilst doing it, create this better service for humanity. Doing what you like is extremely important, because when the turbulence comes and when the money slows down a bit, what keeps you going is a sense of purpose, a sense that you are serving humanity. But serving humanity is not always about money. I was recently asked by some students at the University of Stellenbosch, where I'm currently based, as a chair of social justice, and they asked me, would you do a job if there was going to be no cheese for you? So I looked at them as I'm looking at you now. I said, definitely no. So the young ones were shocked, because they thought that good people are altruistic. They don't do something with an expectation. But the reality is, for you to be able to do something and do it well and do it consistently despite the turbulences, there has to be something in it for you. But it doesn't always have to be financial. For me, the key thing is the applause within. You know, when you walk home and you look at yourself in the mirror and say, I did the right thing today. When you look at Igogo Dlamini, this is what happened to us as the Public Protector of South Africa, and say, wow, she got her pension today because we intervened. A small business person whose business had already been liquidated or was facing liquidation, when you solve that, you feel you did the right thing today. I remember when we did one case against all odds, when government had asked this is Eastern Cape, they asked this man to build RDP houses. Or they didn't ask him, they asked someone else to build RDP houses. And then this Mr. G was a subcontractor. He built the RDP houses. But whilst they were building, the money dried out before they did the top structure, which is the roof, basically. And the officials in the municipality told Mr. G, continue. But they told him orally or verbally, nothing in writing. So Mr. G continued, and government got their house. They got their houses, They had a lovely event to give them to the community, and everyone was very happy. And then Mr. G came to collect money. And government said to Mr. G, sorry, Mr. G, you're not our contractor. Have you ever faced that? Because Mr. G was a subcontractor. The guy who was the contractor felt the legal cost of pursuing this is too much, and in any event, there's nothing in it for him, because the person who really footed the bill, both financially and in terms of wages for his staff, was Mr. G and his wife. Well, Mr. G took the matter to court, and the court said, no, Mr. G, government is right, you're not a contractor, and you don't have a contractual relationship with government, and therefore go back home. So this was the end of the story. But I'm certain that in your mind right now you're saying, that's unfair. And so Mr. G came to our offices. The team looked at his case in the Eastern Cape. They said, Mr. G, government is right, the court is right, you have no case because you're not the contractor. You have no contractual right. When we had a stakeholder engagement, Mr. G came to see me and Deputy Park Protector Malunga and said, here's my problem, can you help? We looked at this matter and we said, oh, well, the court was right, you have no contract because courts enforce contract. But our own team was wrong because we don't enforce contracts. We investigate improper conduct in state affairs and we investigate maladministration. So that's the only question we have to ask. Was there improper conduct in the state affairs here? So this is the question we used to ask in every case. What happened? What should have happened? Is there a discrepancy between what happened and what should have happened? And to the extent that there's a discrepancy, is it justifiable or not? And if it's not justifiable, was somebody prejudiced by this discrepancy? And if somebody was prejudiced, how are we going to put them as close as possible to where they would have been had government done the right thing? So in the case of Mr. G, all of these questions were answered positively. What happened? He built RDP houses. What should have happened? Or what happened? He built RDP houses, they failed to give him a contract, and they want now to benefit from the contract. They used the money that was given from national government wrongly for other things instead of for housing. And then we looked at what should have happened. Was he prejudiced? He was prejudiced. And to the extent that he was prejudiced, what should we do? And we said they should give him his money with interest. But this was a risk. And I'm talking there about epic leadership, is that committed to service. From our side, we knew we were taking a risk because this matter had already gone to court. And somebody would say, you're defying a court, whereas we're not defying a court, we're looking at it from a different law because there's different sets of rights in society. But anyway, eventually we made this decision. The one mayor, who was a temporary mayor in that municipality, agreed to pay and then refused to pay. Agreed in writing to pay and then refused to pay. And thank God he was removed as a mayor, and the new mayor paid Mr. G his money. But it's things like that that kept us going, and then it's things like this that should keep you going when you know that ultimately you're creating a better society. Because when we don't create a better society, people will turn against us. Ubuntu is not just about compassion, it's really about understanding the interconnectedness of humanity, that if we harm others or if we leave others behind, that will come back to haunt us. Right. But if you're running a business, I've said epic leadership is the way to go. But if you're running a business and there's turbulence, sometimes some of our people in the integrity chain from cleaner to company chair, some may want to take shortcuts, isn't it? We talk about need to greed. But recently I was told a story that I would like to tell every young person and every not so young person. the story is of a king who was looking for an heir. And the king looked in the community, and eventually the community raised 3 people. 3 young persons that were seen as people of integrity and competence as leaders. And they were brought to the king. The king gave all of them 3 seeds to say they must go and plant some tree, and when the tree has grown and has fruits, they must bring it to him in 3 years' time. They all went away. The first 2 came back with nothing and told the king that it didn't work out. The third one, the first 3 came back with fruits, sorry. The first 2 came back with the trees and the fruits. And the last one came back with nothing. Told the king, I did everything to nurture these seeds, but nothing grew. Then the king called the community and decided, I'm going to appoint number 3 as my successor. Do you wonder why? Everyone thought this was a test about competition. And some of us, when it's a competition, we believe that the end justifies the means. So the others had decided the king only wants the end, which is the trees and the fruit. Whereas the test was the test of integrity. And the king said, actually, those seeds were dead seeds. He must have boiled them before he gave them to these young people. Or something. They were dead seeds. They were never going to result in any tree. So he had tested who of them had integrity. So as small businesses, often we're supplying other people. And some of our people may often cut the corners and provide bread that is not weighing the right way. I know a friend of mine, for example, who was doing packages for checkers at some stage, and these young people decided, okay, in order to give my friend enough stock, let's say with the materials she had to produce 1,000 packages. So they would say, okay, they'll give her 1,000 packages, but they will skimp on the materials and create another 200 packages for themselves. And what happened was, in doing so, they were using more water than required so that they could get extra materials for the other thing. And then eventually, I think she was making candles, eventually the candles were melting too fast. Same as RDP houses. We've found people who use more sand than cement, and than cement, more sand than cement, and the RDP houses fall apart. But in the end of the day, everything falls apart. So what keeps you going if you choose the epic leadership way? It becomes extremely important that you get anchored in really what do you love. It's not just money. It's the service you're providing. Have faith in your ability to do it eventually, even if it's going to be harder if you do it the right way. Have hope that tomorrow is going to be better than today, because all of that will give you courage to stay on despite the turbulence, commitment for the long haul, and ultimately resilience to keep rising when you fall. Same thing applied to us as a public protector. I told you about that case. We were worried that would be taken on review, but our approach was we loved justice. We had faith in our ability to pursue justice, faith in the courts to agree with us, and faith in humanity to agree with us that justice is a good thing. And we had hope that tomorrow was going to be better than today, even if we might have lost it at first try. And that gave us commitment, courage, and resilience. Finally, what happens though if we succumb to the shortcuts? You are on tenders, they want money. You want a tender, they want you to give them 51% share but not give it to the person in the municipality or in government or in the parastatals and give the 51% share to their girlfriend. I was told now even the blessees get shares. So you need the tender. Do you succumb? Before you do that, think about it. That integrity lapses and ethical costs, integrity lapses and ethical lapses always have a cost. The question is, do you want to pay now or do you want to pay tomorrow? If you pay now, it's going to be painful. You might lose the tender, you might lose your business, but you will rise again. If you choose to succumb, you'll pay later, but when you fall, you will fall below the valley. Look at what has happened at Eskom. Look at what has happened KPMG, McKinsey, and all of these companies that have found themselves in trouble. Steinhoff. So ultimately, Maya Angelou says, success is liking yourself, liking what you do, and liking how you do it. That's important because even if you don't fall, even if your house doesn't tumble, your business does not tumble like a house of cards, your own life can tumble like a house of cards if you're not doing what you like, if you're not doing what resonates with your values. Why? Because you stop liking yourself. And when you stop liking yourself, you stop liking other people as well. You're permanently angry at your wife, at your husband, at your children, at your friends, at your staff. Because when you look in the mirror, you don't like that person. You can cover that gap, that hunger for liking yourself through good cars, good clothes, good shoes, good bags, and things like that. But eventually, you're living a life that you hate. But going forward, what can we hope for? We've started on a pedestal of hope. We've had a few challenges. We now know that it can be done through epic leadership. But in concrete terms, where can we find lessons? I suggest for you as small business people that if you haven't joined the UN Global Compact, join it. Because there you're going to find like-minded business people who are also operating in the turbulent environment of business, but they have subscribed to the idea that clean business pays. You may stumble for a little while, but you will build a business that is built to last, that is not a house of cards. And the UN Global Compact operates on the basis of 10 principles. Those principles include anti-corruption, human rights, and social justice. Social justice is important as part of ethical business practices. If we don't lift as we rise, we are creating an island of prosperity in a sea of poverty. And that sea of poverty can come back to haunt us, as I've indicated in some of the examples. The other place to look for answers is the UN Sustainable Goals. The UN Sustainable Development Goals have been created by men and women like us here, who felt that the fracture in the world today is due to the fact that some of us are left behind. So part of ethical, which is doing the right thing, is honesty and integrity, but that includes being fair to fellow human beings, whether they are employees, they are suppliers, or the people you supply. Important enough, though, is to make sure that that ethic of fairness, that ethic of trustworthiness is inculcated from cleaner to president. And UN Sustainable Development Goals will help us also to meet our own National Development Plan goals. Our National Development Plan basically is based on the principle, if you look at it, that as long as there's injustice somewhere, there can't be sustainable peace anymore. When we look at the vision of South Africa in 2030, we're seeing a South Africa where everyone has found their place. We've freed the potential of every person, and every person is contributing to their own well-being and the well-being of the community. For us at the Stellenbosch University and the Tuma Foundation, we truly want to play our role in being part of this global thing and part of the mission of the UN Global Compact and Sustainable Development Goals. To inculcate integrity, but that integrity should include social justice. In the end, just in ending, I do believe that our answer to the turbulences we face, which will always be there, is to remind ourselves that this country was placed on a pedestal of hope through epic leadership. And that through epic leadership, again, we can rise. We can build our businesses into empires through epic leadership. It will take a bit of time. You won't shoot as fast as the ones who are corrupt. You won't shoot high as fast as the ones who cheat their customers, who cheat their employees, who cheat their suppliers, who cheat the ones they supply to. But you will rise in a sustainable way. Ultimately, I have indicated that small businesses are the core of society. And as Tuma Foundation, we are willing to work with you. We have a project called Enterprising Communities, which is really about making sure that every community relies primarily on small business within that community to make sure that it rises. We are the core architects. We are the core architects of the future we dream of. And ultimately, the future is shaped by those among us who see what is not seen and are prepared to dream beyond what hasn't been done or seen before. Thank you for the privilege to address you today, and may you have a successful engagement, and may we meet next year again and be happy to celebrate that we are back fully on the pedestal of hope again.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. Prof, can I put a question or two to you? Prof, these questions came via email, so some of them sound like PhD dissertations, but I'll try and cut through it. You did say that today we can make today better than yesterday. Your success is today in front of the Justice Portfolio Committee, so I think your life is better today than hers. I'm sure you don't miss all the challenges that came with your previous life and facing committees and being challenged. I want to put to you the question, with your approaching issues from a different angle, not just purely a legal angle perhaps, did you ever deal with the land issue as the public protector? And if so, how, and if not, why? Just a brief, this is the topic of the day.
Yes.
And if you were the public protector, how would you have handled it?
We've dealt with several land issues, but it was not really a concern around whether or not land should be expropriated without compensation is the current debate. The issues that we dealt with, firstly, at some stage I was approached by the president of the Land Claims Court, who is now passed on, Judge Baum, who had wanted us to do a systemic investigation into land reform because of the systemic nature of corruption in land reform processes. Unfortunately, we didn't have the resources, given the caseload that we had, to do a systemic investigation into land. The other cases that came to us were cases like where people were complaining that it has taken too long to sort out their land claim, or in Godwana, somewhere towards Piet Retief, where they would say it was the land claim was processed and they were given back their land, and then government, then the process pivoted and then things changed, or that there was corruption in twisting the beneficiary list. Because when people applied at the beginning of the process, there would be a list, and then suddenly when the final determination is made, the names on the list have changed. Either some people have fallen off or some people had gotten on the list. And then lastly, there was also a complaint around inadequate support for people who have land in terms of being able to use the land productively, because they'd missed out on social education on using land productively over the years when they were not involved in the land. And the third and final thing is Bapo Bamukhale. I don't know if people know of that case. It's a systemic case of giving people resources when they don't have the business muscle, so to speak, of being able to use land productively and manage it as a corporation. You know, if you look at Royal Bafokeng, they manage their land as a corporation because they were educated and they've had a system over years. Many of these communities, they have chiefs that are not educated, or they've got community property associations. There's corruption in those and mismanagement, and that was part of the complaint. Oh, the last one, sorry, was overpricing of land. That was Malamala. Malamala was brought to us as well, and I remember meeting with the minister. The land was supposed to have been valued at 400 million, and then strangely, 1 billion was paid for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, the questions in front of me fall into sort of three categories. The one is, for many entrepreneurs, especially startup entrepreneurs, people new to the business world, getting that first contract is so big, it launches you. How can it be wrong to pay a little bribe to get it?
Thank you. As I've explained, if you pay that little bribe, that is, you have a need. Corruption starts from need to greed. So your need there is to start your business. Your need also is to open the gates, because they may be corrupt on the other side. You may be competent to get that contract, but on the other side, they're saying the only way you can get it is if you're corrupt. But if you pay the bribe, then you will shoot to the sky, but eventually you will come back to Mother Earth, as we have seen in contracts in SABC, Transnet, Eskom, SAPS. One of the first investigations we did broke my heart. The South African Police Services. I remember the business person concerned coming to us with his little son to come to the event to just teach him about how the business environment works. And it was said for me that he was bringing his son to this terrible business environment, because in the end, we had requested that the lease be reversed because it was irregularly procured. In the end, you lose, and you lose more than what you worked for.
So if Nike says, just do it, then Professor Thuli Madonsela says, just don't do it. Can we quote you in future saying, Prof. Thuli says, don't do it?
And I would say so, and I'm not pontificating, because this is for you as a business person, but those rules applied to us as a Public Protector team as well. That in many instances, as we were investigating, there was a pushback. There was, and we also had a need. Our need was to be right as lawyers. Our need was to maintain good relations with government, but we stuck with the truth. And you know that at some stage I was the spy who walked on water. And well, if you don't know that, Parliament, somebody said Thuli walks on water. And there were intelligence reports that were saying I am CIA, which is American, I am Mossad, which is Israeli, and I am MI6, which is UK. And that was in one intelligence report. And thank God it was an intelligence report without intelligence. Because if it had intelligence, it would know that you can be a double agent. But the people you are double-crossing should not know that you're double agent. So you can't create a report where we are talking together, and in this discussion, I am all three. It just lacks intelligence.
Prof, perhaps when we go to our relationship with government, as a small business institute, we obviously often ask, can we have less red tape? Can we have regulations which are appropriate? And then the answer is, well, I mean, you know, business is so corrupt, unless we regulate more, there will be more corruption. So this governance space, I mean, can we get your views? Because clearly red tape increases the cost of doing business for smaller businesses and not always beneficially to society.
Well, thank you for that question. I do agree that red tape in business not only increases the cost of business, it also increases the risk of corruption. That's the same thing that happens in IDs and all other areas of regulation. When it seems impossible to get to the summit, people are encouraged to take shortcuts. But somebody said that middle-class people just hate inconvenience, that we pay bribes because we hate inconvenience, not because of red tape. I don't know if that's true. But on a much more serious note, I would say that we should reduce red tape. But two, the most important part for me is transparency. I think it was an American judge who coined the saying, sunshine is the best disinfectant. So it's not so much the red tape that's problematic. It's the fact that the rules are not transparent. You think you've now complied, something else crops up. So if the rules are very clear, and if you go to a municipality, for example, in Canadian municipalities, you'll see a board like that one that's talking to meetings, tenders, who got the tender, what the rules are, when can you go and sit and listen to the deliberations. Gauteng is currently experimenting with that, with the open deliberations, but that's for tenders. What you're talking about also includes licensing and things like that. So I would say red tape, but I would also say it's important that we put in power people with integrity. And we keep checking that those people have integrity, or their integrity has not been compromised. And my colleague who's here, Sharissa Bloomberg, teaches on integrity, and she holds that the hidden dimension to ethical conduct is integrity. So if we expect people to stick to the rules, we have to make sure that we inculcate integrity in our staff. We find the most upright people, but we keep them anchored in integrity through training and other measures.
Rob, the last question, which clearly came from a small business owner, but I'll paraphrase it. If you were still our public protector, would you have taken on a case if we brought it to you that government and big business don't pay our invoices in 30 days, despite all the rules? Is that not an issue that should get some airtime somewhere?
Yes, I think it's a matter that has been dealt with by the Auditor General, but yes, we would take that case. And I'm sure that government is doing everything possible to make sure that this is done. But I think what we need to do, we're not in the pub protector, but one of the lessons I learned as a pub protector is institutions are extremely important, but the most important part of institutions is to help people use their own voice to articulate their own issues. Right now, I'm happy to assist you from the Tuma Foundation on the same matter, to help you from the law clinic at Stellenbosch University on this same matter, because it doesn't just affect small business people, it affects the families that depend on their salaries and the other people that are dependent on the families, because you found that small businesses, you employ people, those people also employ people, including their own helpers, their own gardeners. So the cash flow problem impacts systemically throughout the community.
I do apologize to the other questions. I've tried to group it into sort of broadly 3 categories. We have run out of time. We were always going to run out of time when we have our hero with us. Advocate, Professor, what a privilege to have listened to you. And thank you for sharing. Obviously, thank you for caring, as Barney says, but thank you for sharing with us today especially. Thank you for spending your time with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Siki and panel, get ready.
Hello, Siki. You on? Hello.
Good morning. Morning. Come on, Cape Town. Hello. How are you? Good? You know, I have to agree with Advocate Madonsela when she said we started the year with a season of hope. I attend an annual gathering in a little Swiss resort every year. Well, not every year, but just the past 4 years, in Davos, Switzerland. All these really rich people get together and we watch them through the windows, eating really nice food and having really important meetings. And for the past 4 years, that's not me, with the exception of this year, it's been difficult being a South African in Davos. You know those scarves, the rainbow scarves? I stopped wearing them. I didn't want to be identified as a South African. And when somebody asked where I was from, I said I was from Zambia, just to avoid answering questions. Right? Up until this year. This year, people were queuing up to talk to us. Ministers were beating people with a stick to try and get them out of meetings because everyone wanted to talk to South Africans. Suddenly, the mood completely changed, right? It's that season of hope that she was talking about. I think you'd agree that in December, January, February of this year, what Vladimir Lenin said, that there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen. Is exactly what happened to us at the start of this year. But this conversation is about, firstly, where do we come from? Where are we now, and where are we hoping to go as we look at our political economy? So I'm going to welcome my guests. We'll try and get through this as quickly as possible because we are running a little bit late this morning, but let me welcome my panelists. Helena Wasserman, who is the editor of Business Insider South Africa. Johan Els is head of economic research at Old Mutual. Lester Kivet is my colleague, a broadcast journalist at ENCA. And Tim Cohen is the former editor of Business Day and continues to write for Tiso Blackstar as senior editor. And I haven't introduced myself, which is very rude. My name is Siki Mgabadeli. I'm a financial journalist and also director with the Small Business Institute. Right, let's start with the all-important question. Tim, I'll start with you. You always have this misfortune of sitting right next to me, which means you get to answer the questions first. Where are we, and is it a good place?
Well, hi everyone. I just want to say I think Prof. Madonsela really captured the mood really absolutely perfectly about where is our cheese. I think what brought it home to me was the GDP, the latest GDP figures which were really a kind of shock. It was a cold shower, and brought us back to reality not in a terrible way, I don't think. This is the problem with South Africa is that you're always in the middle of a dualism, because the present is always better than the past, and the future is always more of a problem than you want it to be, or you don't. That's why I think. I was very interested to see during the Zuma years how much business confidence turned out to be a leading indicator. And it's related to something that Prof. Madonsela said about hope. When hope dissipates, that's the beginning. You can see the beginnings of people sort of like subsiding. And that's why I think it's important now to make sure that we do things really absolutely the best we can to build that sort of sense of hope, which I still think is there. I don't think we're quite at the point where we, in some ways it's good to be not, over optimistic, just to be realistic about our problems. So I don't think that anybody really is, hopelessly optimistic in South Africa, but much better place.
Lester, as a broadcast journalist, we don't often have the luxury that Tim in print has to take a step back and look at the big view. We're often having to do rolling live coverage and never really have the time to go, what does this all mean? Yeah. Right? And you'll agree with me that the start of this year felt like a roller coaster.
I'm sure there was the book 10 Days in September,
yes,
following the removal of former President Beck. I'm sure there's going to be an updated edition to that. The first few weeks and months of this year seem to be several years all compacted together. But I just want to take a step back in how things have changed being on the parliamentary precinct. Yeah. What I've noticed being there every day, sort of in the last 5 years, you see the walking tours that go around Parliament. That sort of dried up when we were really in the mire of the Zuma presidency. And then when Parliament started having its own change, particularly the ANC caucus, from sort of mid last year, where many MPs started finding their conscience and started asking questions, particularly on state capture. You saw more people arriving, more people wanting to be there. And then from February this year, I'm sure there was a great revival, not only in the public's interest, but in Parliament itself, in trying to build on this momentum which the President has now started. And I think we've reached a plateau now with the reality setting in of we're all good in this Tumamina, well-feeling spirit.
The Ramaphoria.
The Ramaphoria, many would argue it's slowly and surely wearing off. But what we are seeing now is that hard work having to get done by particularly MPs and particularly the ANC caucus as it tries to rebuild, particularly with the elections next year.
And we're going to talk a little bit about that because I want to know how much actual real work is being done or can be done, or are we being hamstrung by election, campaigning for the 2019 election. But Johan, let's talk about that cold shower of the 2.2% contraction. How long does it take for positive business confidence to actually trickle down into real things?
I think that was the reality, that we all were too caught up in this Ramaphoria and thought things are going to improve immediately. And yes, we are so much better off now than what we were 6-9 months ago. But it takes time. And in terms of the data, economics isn't an exact science. We work with human behavior and we change our minds, and the data isn't perfect, etc. For instance, this negative first quarter number, it's been a pattern over the last few years since 2014, where the first quarter is negative, not only in South Africa, USA, Europe as well. So there's some kind of seasonal problem in the data that we don't fathom yet, we don't understand yet. And normally we do see a strong recovery in the second quarter then after that. So you have to take the average through that. And Tim mentioned confidence. Confidence is a huge impact in terms of economic growth because we all feel better about the future. We start spending again. Businesses start investing. For instance, in 1994 onwards, when that confidence returned to the South African economy, businesses' fixed investment just ballooned substantially. And that helped that economic growth recovery.
Yeah.
Reserve Bank did a study in terms of that confidence impact. In terms of GDP growth, it can add 1% plus per year to GDP growth. So, yeah, it's negative. We will recover. We're on a road.
Yeah.
There's lots that needs to happen still to get us to the end goal.
But there's still some minor little icebergs. Well, I'm going to call them minor, but they're big. VAT, fuel prices, the weakening rand, all of those things. Surely there'll still be a ripple effect into quarter two.
Yeah, that's true, because VAT and petrol, that takes away some of our ability to spend. But you know, employment is growing. Wage and salary increase is still significantly above inflation, so that real income growth continues to rise. That helps consumer spending.
And that's good for the people in this room.
It's good for the people in this room. The exporters will do well if the rand performs a little bit weaker. Export performance will do well.
Can you just not do that? I'm going away tomorrow. just for a week. It can weaken again. Helena, where are we?
Well, I think we're in a much better place. If you know, a year ago, if we told ourselves where we were heading now at the moment, you know, we would have felt a lot better. I think last year, a lot of things have happened. We've seen state-owned enterprises shake up there. We have Eskom offering a 0% pay increase. We've got a wage deal in the public sector for most of it, which is just amazing. So wonderful things have happened. But I think while we were talking about confidence boosting, the middle class feeling better, businesses feeling better, I think the poor now needs a confidence boost as well. And we need drastic action, new projects, new deal type projects to see the poor also benefiting from this confidence gain in other sectors.
What is the likelihood of that happening, and then happening quite quickly? Because also implicit in that quote that I had from Lenin is that so much has happened, so much damage got done in a decade, and we sort of putting a lot of expectations on a guy who technically, if we had a matured democracy, would only have a few months before somebody else got in April or some time next year when an election happens. There's a lot that's being put on the Ramaphosa administration right now for getting two things. One, he had a very narrow margin that he won by at NASRAC, so he doesn't have the full support of his party. So the changes that he's going to have to make, I'm assuming, are going to be very difficult, but we saw that with his cabinet choices, for example. So how quickly could we start to see those changes, do you think, or are we putting too much on his shoulders?
I don't know. I mean, the short answer is I don't know, but this should be the priority, right? So this is the biggest challenge that the electorate faces, that South Africa faces, is, you know, the stuff that Professor Madonsela talked about, the gaping inequality, poverty. That is where all our problems stem from. And that should be, if Ramaphosa focuses on that, you know, that helps the electorate, that helps him in the long run. So, you know.
Tim, what do you think?
Well, you know, I'm one of those nerds. I love data, you know, and even when the data's a bit iffy, I kind of prefer iffy data to no data at all. And I'm one of the very few people who put store in polls. So the latest poll puts, you know, the ANC's popularity back at 62%, which actually I think is quite, I thought it was a modest sort of bounce. But it's also increased Ramaphosa's own personal popularity rating from around about 60% to around about 67% of the. So, you know, I think he's consolidating, you know, his position in and his actions since he's taken over have really resonated with people. That's not to say they don't have problems. I mean, the other data that we've got is the set of by-elections that have happened since Ramaphosa was elected in mid-February. Those results, I mean, you know, by-elections are weird because they happen in odd places. You know, it's difficult to see a pattern out of them. But the majority of by-election results have seen the ANC slightly pair their majorities. So I thought that was fascinating because, you know, there's still a lot of suspicion out there about the party, and I think that's rational, you know, and people, and actually I think it's a good thing because I think the ANC will have to prove itself now. It will have to go back and prove itself, which is something that we haven't really seen in, you know, in politics.
It hasn't been uncomfortable, has it?
Yeah. And this is, and for the first time, this is also tallies with what, you know, the journalists that I know are sort of picking up from the political system, that the top six have never really worried about the ANC victory. You know, there's been concerns about all kinds of other things, but now there's a real concern about the possibility of ANC not winning, you know, and that's a new thing in South African politics.
And I wonder, Lester, at the parliamentary precinct, when you look at the ANC caucus, for example, because as much as the president might be gaining popularity with citizens, the rest of us outside, what's happening internally?
Well, I think the next 2 months is going to be critical for the president. Parliament goes on an unprecedented 2-month-long recess, and many people feared, and opposition parties feared, that could be a space for snap elections. But I think this is the time where the ANC goes into its list conference. And this is where I think Cyril Ramaphosa is going to start consolidating or really see who's on his side in terms of the ANC drawing up their list for elections. What we've seen over the last few months is parliamentary committees having more teeth, particularly in state capture investigations. But what I'm hearing from, particularly coming from Tain Hay's side, is that the president wants committees to start wrapping up. It wants the state capture investigation by the Public Enterprises Committee to start wrapping up its work, deliver its reports, so that the ANC can get to an election without any leftover paperwork and baggage. And I think that's been the call from the lead of the caucus there. Let's start wrapping up here. Let's start finish the cleaning out so that we can go to an election campaign, which I think the ANC is readying for, especially since it appointed Fikile Mbalula as its elections manager. I think they're really starting to get into an elections mode right now.
All right, and part of that, getting rid of that baggage, dealing with it, and dealing with it quite quickly, goes then, Johan, into boosting that confidence that we were talking about and actually doing a lot of the work that the president has talked about. So I think let's talk about some of the things that he's done. Some of the cleanup in the state-owned enterprises, getting governance, at least starting those building blocks of governance there yet again, the state capture inquiry being announced, and also announcing that ambitious target for attracting, was it $100 billion?
Dollars worth of investment, yes.
Worth of investment,
yeah. You're quite right. And as I said earlier, it takes time to get through all these processes, and there's a lot that has happened, and there's a lot that still needs to be done. And I think the election will, my personal opinion, a strong ANC win with a strong Cyril Ramaphosa at the head of that government. That's what we need at this stage. Coalition government is going to be disastrous for South Africa going forward. But yes, there's lots of issues that we still need to sort out in terms of confidence building, the land issue, expropriation of land, the mining charter, before we can get to that conference that is planned in terms of the fixed investment. It seems like a tough target, but it's not impossible. In the lead up to the 2010 World Cup, we've had fixed investment as share of the economy rising substantially. We need to raise that to somewhat lesser extent than what it went up by that time. So it's possible to raise investment to that extent. That could potentially lift growth to around 3.5% to 4%. And we haven't been a 2% plus economy for a long time. And we need 2.5% plus to make sure our government debt stabilize, etc. So there's lots that needs to happen to lift us. And in my mind, and I will say this because I'm an economist, economic growth, high and sustainable economic growth, is what we need to start off with. That will lift business profitability. That will impact on unemployment. That is what we need. And to get there, structural adjustments in terms of economic policy is what we need. And we won't get that till after the elections, when a strong ANC, strong Cyril Ramaphosa will lead that government.
All right, this is for everyone. Let's answer this, and I think it's important. What impact will the fees must fall ripple effect have on the general economy? Where will the money come from? So that's the first bit. And the second one, you mentioned land. What about expropriation without compensation?
Shall I start? The fees must fall, to some extent that's been built into the budget planning already for the next 3 years. So it was an amazing budget, I thought, in February, given that with that extra spending, they were able to...
What do you mean? We got a VAT increase.
Well, that was very positive in terms of the budget process. I've been calling for a VAT increase for a long time. And so, and the impact on the poor isn't that great, that negative as people make it out to be, and we can talk about that when we have time later on. So the budget was fantastic, limiting expenditure despite the fees must fall. My personal opinion is that's ridiculous. We either must go for the Scandinavian model of significantly higher taxes and then everything is free for everybody, or we go for the user must pay principle. I do accept that in South Africa we probably need to have a middle ground somewhere where we make access to free university education available to the poor who can't afford it. Maybe fees must fall is part of that process. Yeah, land, I think the ANC has failed in its communication message there and lost the high ground in terms of allowing the EFF to take over the debate, allowing AfriForum to take over the debate. I think that was negative, and there are many ways to handle that process, but we need better communication without all of this hurting the economy.
If you had to pick one thing for President Ramaphosa to fix, what should it be, do you think, Helen?
Well, my personal choice or my personal focus would be artisan training, weird as that might sound. I think there's a lot of opportunity in getting people to use their hands and fixing the economy, fixing poverty that way, getting the FET colleges in shape, and we've seen some movement on that under the new Minister of Education. But I think that could make a real difference in getting people into the loop of employment and fixing some of the real problems we have in South Africa. Electricians, I think the average age is above 50 in South Africa. We really have a problem there, which, and the solution could have a great effect on the economy.
What would you say?
As a reporter for years and years and years, every single political campaign, I always get slightly depressed by the fact that there's always the big focus is on jobs. So everybody says, "What's the big problem in South Africa? We need more jobs." So obviously that's true, but if you think about it in a sort of conceptual sense, actually creating jobs is not difficult because you could ask everybody in South Africa to make a pot. And then they could break the pot, and then they could make another pot. I mean, and you would gain nothing. There would be no addition. What we need is functions. We need functional jobs. We need jobs that create things that people want. This is one of the reasons why I think these kind of forums are so important. I mean, it's not just important to have a job per se, as valuable as that may be, as important as that is as your endpoint. Having a job that does nothing gets you nowhere. And this is one of the things that our government seems to have locked into the political system, is that its mentality is on the end point of creating jobs, not on the process of creating functional work that is valuable to society and to the people involved and so on. I think it relates to the idea of your philosophy of growth. How do you think growth will happen?
Yeah.
And government's reaction to that question has always been, well, let's just wave a magic wand and then it'll happen. This is not how functional, valuable, fulfilling work is created.
And we are, if there was a World Cup for plans, I think
exactly.
Down, right? Lester?
I want to agree with you on that government has somewhat lost the messaging, the war on the messaging on the topic of land. If you can, carrying on with the analogy of cheese, in 2011 already, Julius Malema was at the ANC youth leave conference and says, we're going to come, we're not going to go to the union buildings, we're going to cross the road from Sandton to Alexandra, open your fridge and steal your cheese.
I remember tweeting at the time, like, I need to lock my doors because they were going to march
They
right
come
past
for my
house.
cheese. And what was quite significant was, I think the optics was lost, or was the winner last week when the president spoke at the Afrikaner Bond 100th celebration. I think many people were too focused on the actual optics of that than the actual messaging of that. The president has long said that they've been engaged with fairly moderate players like Agri-SA, like the Afrikaner Bond, like Afrikaans, an Afrikaner business regarding the issue of land, and that there's been so much engagement in that. But I think the fringe voices on the left and the right, they have been loudest in this conversation.
And let's not forget what Section 25 actually says about the land question. Why is it being blown out of proportion? Do you think it is that the fringe and the louder voices on either side of the wide spectrum are louder?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, you know, the problem for both the DA and for the EFF has been that they're, you know, this is completely obvious, you know, that their prime vote capturer has now departed the scene, you know. So they have to think about new ways to appeal to voters, and they are experimenting with it. They're going down different paths. You can see them every day trying a new trick, you know, that's sort of, let's see if that works. Let's see where that goes. Let's attack you know, people in the treasury. You know, the DA is, you know, is doing the same. Let's attack VAT. Let's attack the VAT increase. And you know, I have to say, I think that all of these tactics are going to come back and they're going to hurt the EFF and the DA. I really do. You know, they've got out of the habit of thinking, you know, longer term about how to position their political parties. But you know, they'll learn and they'll get back to the you know, what really counts, I think.
The president speaks positively about SMEs, but what can he do for us? Johan and Helena, if you can help me with this one.
Again, I come back to economic growth. That is first and foremost the driver of everything that happens in the economy. So unleash all those negative regulations, etc., and get economic growth going. The tide that lifts all boats. But there's also lots of regulation in terms of the SME sector specifically. Tax regulations, business registration regulations, etc., that needs to be loosened to make sure that the sector can grow. But it comes back to economic growth. If there's no growth, there's nothing for everybody. I think when Professor Madonsela started speaking about the size of the population is 57 million, half of those are unemployed in terms of the broader definition of unemployment. If you can think economy starts growing and all those people get employment, regarding the circular effects that start happening in the economy, tax receipts, government's ability to spend, and that gets thrown into the rest of the economy and how that tide will lift all boats and everybody will be doing better. The poor as well, not only business.
Yes, I absolutely agree, and I think the trickle-up economics in South Africa could make a huge difference and also solve some of the small business' biggest problems, like crime, for example. You know, we need to look at poverty, and we need some, you know, big gestures, big imagination, projects that absolutely grasp the imagination of people to try and address the problems with poverty.
I think a negative thing for small businesses, if you can remember President Zuma's last State of the Nation speech, there was a huge section dealing with small and medium enterprises, everything from red tape reduction to business nodes to guarantees on payments within 30 days. I think the problem with that is, has there been any implementation during the last few months of Zuma's presidency, and what happens now with that changeover? I know that the Minister of Small Business, Lindy Wazulu, is still in that portfolio, but then what happens after the next election when Ramaphosa has a pick of a new cabinet, and does that those policy suggestions that were made by Zuma, does that still hold water during the next administration?
I think, again, it's about stability, right? We got used to every year or every 6 months getting a cabinet reshuffle where no one quite settled in their position for them to actually do anything to begin with. I suppose we can take heart that the president is looking at the number and size of departments. Possibly that's one area that will.
Yeah, I mean,
assist.
you know, I mean, I think the key, I think this, the president's appeal for you know, $100 billion of new investment, I think that's really interesting. I mean, really surprised me. So, you know, and I think it was really you know, completely the right thing to think about, because it just suggests that he really understands the structure of you know, what will make, you know, how this economy, you know, what this economy needs, you know, and it was interesting because I remember not remembering, you know, the former President Zuma ever saying that, you know, in the past. It just comes at you as such a surprise. I mean, as the small business thing, I mean, you know, one of the big problems with government is that, you know, when government thinks about small business, they're actually thinking about micro business. They're not thinking about small business. And, you know, I'm waiting to see whether that penny will drop. That you know, when you're talking about small business, you know, you're not talking about people who are selling things on the side of the roads. As important as that is for, you know, just for keeping the wolf from the door, you know, and as important as that is as a, you know, as a little platform to start building people up, you know, but getting people, but I really want to see government beginning to understand small business in its totality, rather than this, you know, micro approach.
All right, we need to wrap up, so I'm just going to read out these two, and as we wrap up, if you could deal with them in your final responses. Just also in the final responses, to speak a little bit to what the small business sector can take from the current political economic environment at the moment, how they should approach it, I suppose, as we head towards hopefully the renewal of the hope that we started the year with. Here are two points being made. In the midst of this new hope, new dawn, there are a number of things that are dampening that hope, but most disturbing are the political situation in KZN, the killings, etc. Many people are saying, given the strategic economic positioning of the province with major harbour, it's likely to negatively impact. Is it likely to negatively impact our economy? What is your view on that? And where can SMEs go to join the debate about red tape reduction? It must be easily accessible. We'll go this way.
I think the KZN problem is a real worry. The ANC's by-election results in KZN were really poor. The IFP is sort of bouncing back. The division of the ANC, the visible division of the ANC, you know, is a big problem. I mean, I'm confident this will work itself out. Maybe that's naive, but I think it will. I just think as the more that President Zuma's new government gets, you know, to grips with it. Sorry, Ramaphosa. And the better it will become. You know, this small business thing, I mean, you know, I have an enormous respect for small business, and because I always think it's such an act of audacity, you know, to start a small business. It's really a kind of challenge. It's you against the world, you know, and I think that spirit is, you know, what we should take away.
I'd like to echo Tim. I think the postponement of this weekend's ANC conference in KZN is a worry. The issues regarding political violence there, but also being in KZN over the past few weeks and months, covering the trial of Jacob Zuma, it's still quite evident to see, while not as large, still quite a lot of vocal support also coming from ANC members who are still in the provincial legislature in KZN. And I think that's exactly what the ANC's list process is going to try and do. I think it's going to be Cyril Ramaphosa consolidating as much as he can, as far and wide as he can, to try and bring stability when elections come next year.
I think there's lots of issues around politics that still show that Cyril Ramaphosa's position within his own party isn't strong yet. And that deals to the land issue as well, where the ANC itself has got these different factions around land, and that's why they haven't taken the initiative to lead the debate. But I think we must remember that we're so much better off than what we were. And we as South Africans, given the history of the last 8-9 years, tend to forget. We tend to be so negative. It's a process. We're building on that process. We are going to get there, but we all need to pull together. And we all need to build on that confidence. And I'm sure Cyril Ramaphosa himself wants to do that. So he needs to consolidate his power, and this time next year, we'll be so much better off still. We're heading towards that 3% economic growth that we need.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think if we just look at the Cyril Ramaphosa's efforts to find investment overseas, we often forget, as you say, we're very hard on ourselves. We often forget that we have something that very few developed countries in the world have, and that is an opportunity for growth. You know, go to the West, Greece, Germany, there's no opportunity. They've got a very old population. There aren't any venues for growth. You know, we have something they don't have, and we also have remarkable resilience in this country, which is the trait of success. You know, we're sitting in a city which managed to halve its water consumption in 2 years, something that no other city in the world has managed. You know, we've proven that we can bounce back. So, you know, I'm also very optimistic.
The IMF yesterday called it vast potential for the SA economy. I agree with that. Yeah.
And it's always darkest before dawn, right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Siki. Thank you, panel. If you guys know what's late night TV, you see Siki, you know she's us, huh? She's our spy. She's MI5, 6, and 7. We've planted her there. She's not a double agent. She's there to... she's a triple agent, yeah. Thank you so much, Tim. I am going to ask Jennifer to marry you so that we can hold on to you. You know, the audacity to start a business against all odds. I like a man who says that. That's this audience, absolutely. I know if you are my age, you are now wondering where's my comfort break. Your comfort break's unfortunately 30 minutes away, so just hang in there, okay? Young people, old people, all of us. Because I know Lawson has been introduced, but as he perhaps gets himself set on the stage, I'll remind you that he's with the Council for the Advancement of South African Constitution. That should be the document that is engraved in our hearts. He's got a long background in politics and business and civil society. He's an old activist. I don't know what old activists, either they're lucky or they were not really at the forefront when they're going to. I don't know how you become an old activist. But, you know, our conferences are meant to be relevant, and the reason we've got him here is because he recently had the audacity to call on the president to now clean up the National Prosecuting Authority, and he's actively involved in the My Vote Counts campaign processes as well. So thank you for spending time with us. I hope to get a few questions from the audience, but at the same time, you're also standing between us and brunch, so we are really dealing a bad hand. I am so sorry, but good luck.
Thank you very, very much, Bernard. And firstly, I want to thank SBI and the organizers of this Indaba for inviting me to speak here this morning and to share some thoughts with you. As you address some of the key challenges of the day, we've heard discussions already about job creation and the role of small business in ethical leadership, in providing leadership as small business leaders for the country as a whole. And these are issues that occupy all of us as South Africans, from the president downwards. And for civil society, which includes the business sector, and ordinary people to take up those challenges that we have in front of us. But speaking on behalf of Casac, the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution, as an organization that is part of the civil society milieu, the NGO sector, we play a role in laying the basis for the development of our country in terms of the social compact that is the Constitution that we have in place. And it is respect for and adherence to the Constitution that will create the basis for the development that we all seek, for small business to do what it does, to create jobs, for the economy to grow, as the last panel discussed, and so on. So as civil society and as Casac, we seek to affirm the rule of law, to support and strengthen institutions of governance, and provide platforms and mechanisms to hold government to account, in addition to what state institutions and parliament does. Casac as an organization was launched in September 2010 and has since established itself as a key role player in the civil society environment, promoting the Constitution, promoting the notion of progressive constitutionalism, and promoting the Constitution itself as a platform for democratic politics and the basis for the transformation of South African society to realize the vision that is spelt out in that Constitution. We subscribe to the principles and values that are enunciated in the Constitution itself, and we promote the notion, as I said, of progressive constitutionalism to promote human dignity as its primary concern. We believe that the Constitution provides the basic and the principled bedrock for the operation of both public and private power in South Africa, and as I say, for the transformation of our society. In recent times, this has involved engaging with government, parliament, and some of the institutions in quite an adversarial manner, not out of our choosing, but out of the realities of the times that we have been through. This has happened through public discourse as well as in litigation. We have seen an upsurge in courtroom activity in recent times that has challenged the interpretations of notions such as the separation of powers doctrine, the independence of institutions, and what is the role of the public interest. Some have spoken of lawfare, where issues have been taken to the courts, of judicial overreach, and so on. And these have, I believe, strengthened our democracy in terms of our understanding of what a constitutional democracy is about and how public power is exercised within that context, issues to which Professor Madonsela referred to earlier this morning. There's certainly been a revival of civil society activism during the latter years of the Zuma era, as the state capture project was exposed in South Africa. This is something that needs to be retained, not the state capture, the development of civil society. Much of this focus has been on restoring the legitimacy of the state and protecting institutions of governance that underpin our democracy. And I'm going to deal this morning, which, as was stated earlier, with a few of these matters. Primarily, the National Prosecuting Authority, also the Office of the Public Protector, and thirdly, the other Chapter 9 institution that is very important in our democracy, and that is the Electoral Commission. To kick off with the NPA, in mid-2015, Casac launched an application in the North Gauteng High Court challenging the golden handshake of 17.3 million rand that was paid by government to the former National Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Mkolisi Nkosana, in the form of an exit package as an inducement for him to leave office. That amount was calculated on the basis of the remuneration that he would have received had he remained in office for his full 10-year non-renewable term of office. He had only served, I think, about 2 years at the time when he'd left, less than 2 years, in fact. So that was how that 17.3 million was calculated. You will recall, or you may recall, that Mr. Nkosana was appointed as a result or following an application that Casac brought in the Constitutional Court in 2013, when we challenged the then President Zuma's failure to appoint a permanent National Director of Public Prosecutions. This was after the courts had again ruled that the previous appointment of Menzi Simelane as NDPP was irrational and should be set aside. After that, we had Namkobo Jiba as an acting NDPP for almost 18 months, and it was because of that that we went to court at the time, on the basis that having an acting NDPP for such a long period of time undermines the independence of that office. The issue of the security of tenure granted to the leader of an independent institution, and we'll talk about this more just now, is one of the factors that protects the independence of those office holders. So whether it's the public protector, the head of the NPA, or any other independent office, that security of tenure is critical for that office. An acting NDPP, as I say, does not enjoy that protection, and the perception may therefore exist that such a person is open to political or other improper influence. This was certainly a perception that arose in the case of Ms. Jiba. Soon after his appointment as the NDPP, Mr. Nkosana faced a backlash from her, from Jiba, who herself had aspired to and coveted the top job at the NPA, but didn't get the nod. Together with her cohort, she made attempts to make Mr. Nkosana's life as unbearable as possible. And this then resulted in the president seeking to firstly suspend and then to remove him from office on the basis that he is not a fit and proper person. This was shortly after having appointed him on the basis, assuming that he was a fit and proper person. This resulted in 2015 into an inquiry into his fitness to hold office that was to be held under the auspices of Senior Counsel Advocate Nazir Kasim. On the eve of that inquiry getting underway, the then President Zuma announced that Mr. Nkosana had suddenly resigned as the National Director of Public Prosecutions, and that there was therefore no need for the inquiry to continue, and it was aborted at the 11th hour, much to the chagrin of Advocate Kasim at the time, who had spent a lot of time and effort preparing for it. It has since been transpired in various court documents that Mr. Nkosana produced in court, that there had been extensive discussions between the presidency, Mr. Thuli as the president's legal advisor, and the ministers of justice, and interestingly, state security, with Mr. Nkosana regarding a possible resignation. And what has become clear is that the negotiations were ultimately about the settlement amount. What the president had initially offered didn't meet with Mr. Nkosana's desires, and his price prevailed, and he got what he wanted, which was the full payout for the remainder of his contract. We then went to court in October 2017, or the matter was heard then, together with a similar application brought by Corruption Watch and Freedom Under Law, two other civil society organizations. Their case was slightly different because they were asking for the reinstatement of Mr. Nkosana, whereas we left that option open to the court and said that given his conduct, perhaps it wasn't the best thing to reinstate him. Judgment was then delivered in December last year, and a High Court ruled, firstly, that the settlement agreement with Mr. Nkosana was invalid and should be set aside, that Mr. Nkosana, to coin a phrase, should pay back the money, the 17.3 million, or whatever portion of it he had already received, and that the appointment of Sean Abrahams as National Director of Public Prosecutions was consequently invalid. And the reason is being that because the removal of Mr. Nkosana was unlawful, there was no vacancy for him to fill, and therefore he could not be properly appointed to that office. You will also recall that the court ordered that the then Deputy President, Cyril Ramaphosa, should appoint a new NDPP within 60 days. And many people now say, well, why didn't Cyril do that when he had the power to do so? The reason is that because the court ruled on an issue of constitutional invalidity, that order has to be confirmed by the Constitutional Court before it has effect. And Casac, in its application to the court on this matter, also challenged two sections of the National Prosecuting Authority Act that undermines the independence of that office, issues relating to the President's powers to extend the NDPP's term of office and the President's power to suspend a National Director indefinitely and without pay. This meant that these orders had to be confirmed by the Constitutional Court. Just as an aside, the power to appoint a new NDPP was given by the court at that time to the Deputy President on the basis that Zuma faced a conflict of interest in appointing a National Director, the very person who would have to take a decision as to whether to reinstitute the fraud, corruption, and racketeering charges against him. With the resignation of Zuma, that issue is now moot. The Constitutional Court heard this application in February this year, on the last day of February this year, and judgment is still awaited. Given that the confirmation hearing, which was heard together with cross appeals, it was a very complicated legal process, cross appeals by, at the time, Zuma, Abrams, the NPA, and Mr. Nkosana, the matter was heard on an urgent basis on the 28th of February. There has been some media speculation recently about why this judgment has been delayed and the fact that there may be splits in the court and there's no consensus and so on. I will offer no comment on that, safe to say that we hope to receive that judgment at the soonest opportunity. And the reason that we need that judgment as soon as possible, is that it will clarify the position of Mr. Abrams, as well as that of Mr. Nkosana, whether the Constitutional Court upholds the ruling of the High Court, and whether a new NDPP is to be appointed by Cyril Ramaphosa, now, as I say, acting in his capacity as President of the Republic. It is important also to stress that the courts have not been asked to adjudicate on whether Shaun Abrams is a fit and proper person to be the NDPP. That is an issue that is not before the court. Always arguing is about whether his appointment was valid as a matter of legal process and whether that appointment undermines the independence and integrity of the NPA. We, as Casac, have argued before the court that failing to remove Abrams would permit a president to unlawfully remove an NDPP, as he did with Mr. Nkosana because it was inconvenient, then appoint a new NDPP unlawfully, and then insulate that NDPP from removal. And therefore we say that would be unjust, and the court needs to therefore deal with that. It's only if Mr. Nkosana's removal was lawful would Mr. Abrams' appointment also be lawful. To those who say, well, and as some do, that this would be unfair on Mr. Abrams, our response is that the primary concern must be the independence and the integrity of the NPA, and not the interests of either Mr. Abrams or, in fact, Mr. Nkosana. But we also have to consider the issue of what would happen if the court rules, as it could, that it is just and equitable for Mr. Abrams to remain in office. It is clear that Abrams has found a new appetite for prosecutions and doing the right thing since December. The question is, was that precipitated by the High Court judgment that I've just spoken about, or another event that took place a week later at Nasrec? I would assert that Mr. Abrams' decision to prosecute Zuma, to initiate some action against other state capture conspirators, notably in relation to the Frida dairy farm, are signs of him playing to the political gallery rather than exercising his authority to prosecute without fear, favor, or prejudice. After years of supporting Zuma's bids to resist reinstatement of the charges, can he really be trusted not to cozy up to a new political elite, albeit to the political elite, albeit a new one? Should the Constitutional Court opt not to declare Abrams' appointment invalid, President Ramaphosa will be faced with having to consider whether to then institute an inquiry into his fitness to hold office as the National Director. And that's a call that will need to be made if the court doesn't do the work that I think the President is hoping that it does. Restoring the integrity of the NPA and public confidence in its ability to carry out its criminal prosecutions independently, however, will not just be achieved by removing Mr. Abrams from office. He's not the sole problem. In the same way that Jacob Zuma wasn't the sole problem facing South Africa, Shaun Abrams isn't the sole problem facing the NPA. A report produced by retired Justice Zak Yaqub, commissioned when Mr. Nkosana was still the NDPP, recommended that the problems in the NPA were so extensive and far-reaching that a full judicial commission of inquiry was required in order to get to the bottom of it. Whether that is the best way to deal with the crisis at the NPA is debatable, but I think what is unquestionable is that the organization is in need of a major overhaul. In saying that, one does not seek to undermine the work done by so many committed staff at the NPA, prosecutors up and down the country who seek to deliver justice on a daily basis. They, unfortunately, are let down by a failed leadership. It is worth noting that Ms. Jiba, that I spoke about, and the head of the Special Commercial Crimes Unit, Mr. Lawrence Mwebi, are on special leave as they seek to appeal a court ruling that they be struck of the role of advocates in an application brought by the General Counsel of the Bar. The recent failure by the Asset Forfeiture Unit to preserve the assets of the Gupta family and their companies in the Frida Dairy Farm matter also point to a loss of capacity at the NPA. In his State of the Nation address, shortly after he was elected president in February, Cyril Ramaphosa indicated that he will deal with the leadership crisis at the NPA, and I think it is our responsibility to make sure that he does indeed do so. A rejuvenated NPA, as I've said, is necessary for the restoration of respect for the rule of law, an end to impunity that Professor Madonsela spoke about earlier, and also to ensure that those who break our laws are indeed brought to justice. In this vein, the inaction of the NPA in respect of the state capture allegations that have confronted South Africa, that are in the public domain, whether as a result of the Public Protector's State of Capture report or the Gupta Leaks emails, that has to be remedied. The NPA needs to take action. There is no justification in saying that all prosecutions must await the Zondo Commission of Inquiry. Where the evidence exists, prosecution should follow, and it should follow now. Justice Zondo may well recommend after his investigation that other prosecutions should follow, and we need to make sure that the NPA is in a position to prosecute those cases at that time. On the issue of the Zondo Commission, I want to make a couple of remarks about that. And I think, firstly, I think we must all be concerned that the work of the Commission has gotten off to such a slow start. In a media briefing a few weeks ago, Justice Zondo cautioned that the investigators had yet to be formally appointed, and it is still not clear a few weeks later whether that has now been done. The rules of the inquiry are also yet to be announced, and we are, however, told that the public hearings and the public hearings will likely only start in August of this year. He also told us that the Commission is likely to need between 18 and 24 months to complete its work. That will take us to, at the earliest, August 2019, or at the latest, February 2020. Whereas Advocate Madonsela, in her report, the State of Capture report, proposed that the inquiry should conclude its work within a period of 180 days. That time frame was endorsed by the High Court, and that order of court forms part of the terms of reference of the Zondo Commission. That time frame can only be changed with the consent of the court itself. 3.5 months have already elapsed since the Commission was deemed to start in 2018, and I would argue that they need to demonstrate greater speed in what they are doing. And I think there are aspects of the terms of reference that could be dealt with in a phased manner. For example, just to give you one example, there's the allegation that Feki Mentor and Kebisi Jonas were offered inducements by the Gupta brothers to take up cabinet positions. That is a discrete aspect of the terms of reference that could be taken aside and dealt with on its own rather than waiting for every other aspect of it to be dealt with before you provide an answer. It would be fairly simple to reach a conclusion on that. I think that would demonstrate the seriousness of the Zondo Commission and also boost public confidence in that Commission of Inquiry. I think after the Sariti Commission and to a certain extent the Marikana Commission of Inquiry, public confidence in these mechanisms is not at the highest of levels. The public protector, current public protector, Busisiwe Mkhubane, has been at the wrong end of a personal cost order in the Bangkok CX report matter, where she was ordered to personally pay 15% of the costs of the South African Reserve Bank, whose constitutional mandate she purported to instruct Parliament to change. She is currently seeking leave to appeal to the Supreme Court on the cost matter, arguing that it is, being saddled with such an order stifles her ability to do her job. How ironic that she seeks to shift the blame to the courts, whereas it is her own incompetence that lands her in court so often. She had a press conference on Monday, and it was startling to hear then, where she said that almost 20% of the 50 reports that have been produced since her appointment have been or are being challenged in the court. 20% of her reports, almost 10 out of 50 of those reports before the courts. As Casac, we've brought an application again in the North Gauteng High Court to review and set aside her report on the Frida dairy farm. We have argued that she failed to discharge her duties in terms of the Constitution and the law by failing to conduct a thorough investigation and blatantly ignored critical information that was easily available in the public domain. The report absolved key political leaders, including the former Premier of the Free State, Esma Shule, the former MEC for Agricultural Affairs, Mosebenzi Zwane. Advocate Mqobane defended the report on the basis that the office had a lack of capacity and faced resource constraints, and this allegedly prevented her from investigating the involvement of the Guptas in what was effectively a money laundering scam that passed as the Frida Dairy Project. She failed to follow the money, having determined that there were procurement irregularities. She should have asked herself who benefited, to what extent, and why. She, however, simply closed her eyes to this, constituting an abdication of her responsibility to investigate without fear or favor. Initially, the public protector said she would not oppose Casac's application and would abide by the court order. But as part of the court process, she had to provide the record of decision for her report. And in the course of providing that information, it became apparent to us that she had withheld various critical information in her report. She failed to disclose that there had been, for example, a Treasury report into the irregularities. Secondly, that Advocate Madonsela, who before she had left office, had prepared a provisional report on the Frida dairy farm. We found that Advocate Mqobane had changed critical aspects of Advocate Madonsela's findings, including the fact that a proper accounting and forensic investigation and audit should be conducted by the Auditor General. This was inexplicably excised from the final report. That the SIU, the Special Investigating Unit, should conduct a forensic investigation into conduct of the departmental officials. This was also removed from the final report without any explanation being given. In our supplementary affidavit, after receiving these documents, we said, and I quote, "In the absence of any explanation from the public protector, Casac admits that the only possible inference which this court should not hesitate to draw is that she deliberately curtailed the report's findings and remedial action in order to protect departmental officials and thereby acted for an improper purpose and in bad faith." And it is for those reasons that we have now asked the court to issue a punitive costs order against Advocate Mqobane, and having initially asked the court to order that she be directed to reopen the investigation and conduct it properly, we have now amended our notice of motion to say we no longer seek that remedy because we have no confidence in our ability to do so, and rather court just set aside the report. Interestingly, the public protector has now, after we've amended our notice of motion, indicated that she will now oppose our application. So it'll be interesting to see what argument she brings forward to try and justify her report. In a few minutes from now, the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services will be discussing the issue of an inquiry into the fitness of Busisiwe Mqobane to hold office as the public protector. We know that the removal of the public protector requires a finding of misconduct, incapacity, or incompetence by a committee of Parliament, and the adoption of a resolution to that effect by 2/3 of the members of the National Assembly. One of the three grounds, as I say, must be established for the removal of the public protector. I think in the case of Busisiwe Mqobane, it can be argued that it's a case of three strikes. misconduct, incapacity, and incompetence. Very few would argue that in the 20 months that she has been in office, that she has not brought it into disrepute. It is an office that Professor Madonsela spoke earlier that is integral to good governance in the public sector, providing accessible mechanisms for ordinary citizens, what Thuli called the gogodlaminis, to hold public officials to account for maladministration, corruption, and abuse of power. We cannot and must not allow the Office of the Public Protector to fail. In the few minutes I have left, I want to touch on the issue of the IEC and the appointment process for new commissioners to that very important body. I think along with the Office of the Auditor General, the Electoral Commission has been a consistent performer amongst the Chapter 9 institutions. Those are the two that I think that stand out. And those that have, I think, a more checkered past and a checkered present, perhaps, in the case of the Public Protector, include that of the Public Protector, the Human Rights Commission, the Commission of Gender Equality, and the Commission on Religious, Cultural, and Linguistic Rights. The Electoral Commission is mandated to manage elections in South Africa, to ensure that they are free and fair, and to declare election results timeously. They are also responsible for maintaining the voters' roll, for maintaining a register of political parties, and for conducting voter education. The Electoral Commission in South Africa needs to be commended for having delivered 5 successful national and provincial elections from 1994, 5 successful local government elections, and numerous by-elections. It's interesting to point out that there has been at least one by-election each month since the August 2016 local government elections. And as the panel just now spoke and referred to, this reflects the more competitive and contested electoral environment that is taking root in the country. And it also speaks to the fact that at a local government level, we have a different different electoral system in place, one that makes provision for by-elections because we have ward councillors who are elected on a constituency basis, whereas we don't have by-elections in a national or provincial election because people are simply elected from a party list system, and the party list simply gets replenished. Having said that about the IEC, I think its glowing reputation was tarnished somewhat by the Public Protector's report on the head office lease deal that was published in 2013. It found that arrangement for a new head office for the IEC was irregular, that there had been a maladministration and procurement failings, and that the then chair of the IEC, Advocate Pansy Tkula, herself a former CEO at the IEC, had failed to disclose a conflict of interest in terms of a business relationship that she had in another aspect with one of the members of the winning bid consortium. The matter came before the Electoral Court, which ruled that Parliament should institute proceedings to remove Advocate Tlakula from office. And it was only when she failed to secure leave to appeal this decision to the Constitutional Court that Advocate Tlakula resigned from the IEC. She now finds herself having been appointed as the information regulator charged with implementing the Protection of Personal Information Act, or POPI. That Public Protector's report also recommended that disciplinary action should be instituted against the then CEO of the IEC, Mr. Mosotho Moepya, the Deputy CEO, Mr. Norman du Plessis, and the manager in the CEO's office, Mr. Stephen Langtree. Interestingly, all 3 of them left the employ of the IEC before any disciplinary action could be taken. When the IEC sought to institute disciplinary action, Mr. Moepya sought to take that issue on review to the Labour Court, and the matter was tied up in the Labour Court until he left office at the end of his contract in March last year. Mr. Moepya is now seeking to be appointed as a commissioner at the IEC, an issue to which I now turn. I think with that background in mind, it's critical to ensure that the current process of appointing new commissioners to the Electoral Commission is monitored closely by the public and by civil society and by the media. There are 3 vacancies that arise at the IEC this year. Judge Tami Makanya's tenure lapsed already in March, and Reverend Bongani Finka and Mr. Terry Solani's terms of office come to an end later in November this year. Reverend Finka is eligible for reappointment and has been nominated again. If he is not reappointed, the Commission will actually have 5 commissioners who have not overseen a national election before, who will be charged with the responsibility of overseeing the 2019 national elections, which, as we have heard, are likely to be the most contested elections in our history. 26 candidates have been shortlisted for interview from 119 initial nominees or applicants. The shortlisting and interviews are conducted in a different manner to the appointments to other Chapter 9 institutions. In the case of the IEC, a panel that comprises the Chief Justice, Mogoeng Mogoeng, together with representatives from the Office of the Public Protector, the Human Rights Commission, and the Commission of Gender Equality, constitute a panel that conducts the assessment of the applicants, does the shortlisting, and the interviews. In the case of other Chapter 9 institutions, it's merely a parliamentary process that selects candidates. In the case of the IEC, this panel will, after they interview 26 candidates, will recommend 8 names to the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs in the National Assembly, for them to select 3 for approval by the full National Assembly, and then to be appointed by the President. These interviews will be conducted on the 25th and 26th of this month. Unfortunately, the deadline for public comment on the shortlisted candidates closed already on Monday this week, but Casac, together with My Vote Counts, another civil society organization, produced an independent report on the 26 candidates, looking as an issue that will be of interest to you, at their business interests, going through the CIPC records to ascertain where they hold business interests and whether those interests might constitute a conflict of interest in them being appointed to the IEC. And we've done that with a view towards assisting the panel led by the Chief Justice to do its work. But I don't think your opportunity has been lost, because once they make that shortlist available to Parliament, you will then have an opportunity to comment on those candidates to the Portfolio Committee. Just before concluding, I think that from this process, there are 2 issues with regards to that shortlist of 26 candidates that I think are worth highlighting. The first is that there are no fewer than 12 of those 26 who have been employed by the IEC in some capacity before. Now, whilst their institutional knowledge and expertise might well be an asset for the Commission itself, I would suggest that their records of employment at the IEC would need to be very carefully scrutinized to ensure that only the best qualify. Secondly, there are 5 candidates who currently serve or have previously served in other Chapter 9 institutions. Given the constitutionally guaranteed independence of these institutions and what I said earlier about security of tenure and non-renewability of their terms of office, this is a concern. There should not be a revolving door for commissioners in these very, very important institutions, because it undermines their independence and our perceptions of their independence. We've seen it before on a number of occasions, when Lawrence Mshwana went from the Public Protector to the Human Rights Commission, when Janet Love went from the Human Rights Commission to the IEC. I think it's a practice that we need to begin to question. These 3 examples that I've used, I think, demonstrate the importance of institutional integrity and independence in ensuring that our constitutional rights are respected. There are many other examples I could refer you to: the SAPS, the Hawks, IPID, the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence, SARS. That's without even looking at state-owned companies. With the Zuma years behind us, the task of rebuilding these institutions is critical. And as civil society, as the media, as small business, as the public at large, our work here is not yet done. We need to and must remain eternally vigilant. That is the only armor that will safeguard our hard-won democracy and constitutional rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawson. Thank you. Lawson, at the risk of irritating our audience, I do want to take a few of the questions quickly to you. I'll ask you for your yes or no, a few yes or no questions. Did you ever sue Thuli's public protector's office?
No, we didn't.
Okay, I think we get that very clearly. We're not surprised. I want to ask you, I mean, it's almost depressing when you legal types tell us how these legal battles are being fought. I mean, very simply, are we winning? Or are we at that point where, hey, we can't beat them, let's just join them? Because, I mean, this is how South Africans have to make daily decisions. Are the good people winning?
I would say that we are winning. Again, you know, we're beginning to win the fight against state capture. We're beginning to win cases in the courts. But as I say, the struggle is far from over. The political climate might have changed, but that's not going to deliver everything without our input. We need to continuously engage and to ensure that that constitution that we're also very proud of becomes a reality. I mean, that'll only happen through our efforts.
And that is another question, and perhaps my last question to you before we break for brunch, is what can we do? I mean, this is an audience of small business people going back to towns and cities. What can we do to improve the constitutional awareness at community level?
Well, I think, you know, the issues that Advocate Madonsela touched on this morning about ethical leadership. You are leaders in communities, you are leaders in business, and living the spirit of the Constitution, regardless of the detail, the legal technicalities of it. It's the spirit of it, doing the right thing. Saying no to that bribe merely because you can get a tender is about affirming the Constitution. Is saying that the Constitution provides for open procurement processes, that you subscribe to that, you live that reality, and that how do you come together as organized small business to say collectively we will say no to corrupt practices? How do you strengthen each other's capacity to do that? Those are some of the things that I think that a sector like this can take.
Perhaps it is as simple as that, no? Be the ethical leaders that we are looking for. Let's just be them back home. Thank you so much. Thank you for your efforts and thank you for your input. Thank you. We can easily be back on track. It's brunch time. If you eat more than half an hour, there's something wrong. So just eat. As jy hier om te eet, wat te vreet of te vlieg, huh? I mean, so let's do this eating thing. A nice brunch waiting for us. Thank you. Afternoon then. My name is Bernard Swanepoel. I'm the stand-in for Gay Davis, who unfortunately couldn't make it. It's even worse. I mean, we also lost Renette Taljaard earlier in the week. She decided to be with her husband in Italy. I don't know what's wrong with her. I mean, priority. So the diversity of this panel is there's one person and then three other politicians and no. So there's a lack of diversity on our panel, which I apologize for. I'm the politician, yes. I mean, this was our sort of government oversight panel, is how we describe it when we designed this panel for ourselves. But that's never really quite worked. Because if you get politicians and government officials, they get all defensive. And we're not here to bash either, but we're here to have real conversation. So we're trying to approach this a little bit differently. The audience, I think you guys know, are small business people, or as Tim has now decided to say, audacious people who are prepared to give it a go against all odds. This is the audience, you know? You come from different perspectives, and perhaps we can just start off with a sort of where are you positioned, what are you doing, how do you overlap into the small small business sort of space? Tim, can we start with you as a saved politician, an ex-politician?
A recovering politician.
You see, there he goes lying again. He's still a politician.
Thank you, Bernard. It was such a pleasure being on your panels, and thank you very much for having me. So I am the CEO of Westgrow. which hopefully you've heard of. I was telling Jennifer's husband a moment ago that our name appeared in the Competition Commission's report to Parliament because they were investing Westgrove for anti-competitive behavior. It sounded alarming, but it turns out there's a potato producer called Westgrove. So we've got this name that sounds agricultural. It's because Westgrove's 35 years old, and I guess 35 years ago, this was a very progressive name and very innovative name to call something Westgrove, but that's what we're stuck with. And because we've been around so long, the name recognition's quite good, and we looked at the brand and we decided, the board decided last year to keep it and just double down on the Westgrove that everyone knows and loves. So Westgrove is the economic promotion agency for Cape Town and the Western Cape. Bernard, each of the provinces has agencies like this. Ours is the only one that works on behalf of the city and the province, which it sounds like a small thing, but you just have to read the papers about what's going on in the city, what's going on in the province. It's often very difficult to engineer collaboration, even when the same political parties running different spheres of government. So we cut right through that, and from an investor perspective, from a perspective of someone buying Western Cape products, from a tourism perspective, we present a single view into the regional government. That's because we have the investment promotion, export promotion, and tourism promotion mandates for the city and the province.
No mining.
No, well, we've got the mining in Indaba.
I just had to ask him about a bit of mining on Table Mountain.
We've got some mining. We're not going to let you mine Table Mountain, Bernard, sorry. But it is an important point, actually. We've got the biggest mining conference in Africa. We're in a place with very little mining. So that speaks to the importance of that tourism promotion work that we do. And particularly, we've got the Convention Bureau that bids for big conferences like the mining in Indaba. And really, Cape Town is now by far the leader on the continent for business tourism. Last year, we attracted more large conferences than the next 3 biggest cities in Africa put together. So we really are in a leadership position. And my challenge to that team is how do we go from being the leading business tourist destination in Africa to being the leading long-haul business tourism destination in the world. That's what we're working at now. But just to quickly round off the story about Westgrove, there's 90 of us sitting at the agency representing the city and the province in economic promotion. That means we are working with investors and landing their deals in the Cape. Over the past 5 years, we've landed 1.5 billion rands worth of investment, and those are mainly larger multinationals, big capital-intensive investments. But we also, as part of our export promotion efforts, over the last 5 years, we took 940 companies on export missions. And Bernard, what that means is the Western Cape, for export purposes, hunts as a pack. We go into market together. We put companies like Distel, some of the biggest exporters in the country, along with companies that are just starting to export. And they go off on missions, sometimes led by the political leadership, the Premier, the Mayor, Alan Winde, sometimes led by departmental officials. And we use our embassies, we use our consulates, and we open doors for our exporters. And we measure ourselves based on how much we can grow exports. But the important part for small business is that we also help companies become exporters. So my offer to the room is if any of you are producing a product and selling it successfully domestically, and you think you might be able to export it, we've trained 2,500 small businesses in the Western Cape on how to become an exporter over the last 5 years. We'd really love to have you on our courses. Export promotion is an increasingly important part of how we achieve our really high targets for investment, growth, and job creation in the Cape. So that is a direct impact on small business.
Thanks, Tim. That was your 20 minutes. Huh? Now Stephen and Afsal and I can have a nice conversation. I mean, Stephen, Small Business Insight. Tell us about it. And then, whilst you're going to introduce yourself and what you do, I also want to know about your, what is it, business venture, what do you call that other venture?
Oh, venture, yeah.
Will you?
Yeah.
So be like Tim. Brag about
I won't go on that long.
What you are doing. Come on.
Basically,
Tim, I mean, it's not BAT, man.
Yeah.
I'm a former politician.
Oh, he had to give a pitch here or something. But basically, I've been writing on small business in one way or other for 15 years. I've done research for the government, for various agencies, on small business programs in other countries. So out of that came a blog, which actually, incidentally, I shut the thing like last month, Small Business Insight. I've become quite despondent with this government. And even, I don't think this Department of Small Business Development is going to do anything.
No, we're going to give that lots of airtime. So we put a pin in,
yeah,
you don't like it, and then we'll come back to
Look,
that.
Yeah, I think everyone knows it already. But Venture Burn, I'm the editor of Venture Burn. It's a website, news service, focuses on tech startups. So that's quite a small subset of small businesses in general. Tech startups in Africa. And that's actually quite a positive sector. So moved away from the doom and gloom. But I can share some insights on generally countries like Brazil, India, Malaysia, Chile. In fact, I focused only on those, mostly on those countries in South Africa in this weekly blog that I did. It's fascinating kind of stuff that comes out of there. It's like we're playing in the D League and they're in the B or A League. They make mistakes, but they sort of seem to be technically levels above us in trying to push for small businesses to get a fairer part of the economy and that.
Excellent, but please, remind your stand-in panel facilitator that we go back there, because I think we don't have to invent all the wheels all over again in South Africa. We can learn, and we should learn, and I'm very keen to get that.
Well, that's the idea with why I looked at those countries and not, the US and Europe and UK, Australia, the usual kind of bunch, because to say we're really out of step. I'd been writing on small business for years. Then I thought, how can I kind of measure if we're doing anything good or not? I even had that's why I looked at those countries, and I stayed in Brazil for about 1.5 years, so I can speak the language, and also kind of know the sort of cultural and other differences that, you've got to kind of get your head around. Even something like small business development, it influences that kind of thing.
So are we going to talk about tax or VAT or mining? We couldn't agree before the time.
So I have to preamble. I am an audacious small business person, like all of you. I operate in tax. We do quite a bit of work through the Institute with SARS, and maybe we can unpack a bit of that. But technology is what drives me at the moment. How to use technology to make small business easier. And if we get a chance to talk about that.
Okay, this gives me a good question to ask you. How can we use technology to make small business easier?
So we had a Cloud in Practice conference over the last few weeks, and apparently there's 600 technologies out there. And I'm not going to go look at 600
Are we talking compliance, tax?
So first, just business technology. How many of you heard about Zero? So you go to a parking lot and you want to take this little slip that you get and you need to claim it for tax or for your books and you think, but I'm going to lose this piece of paper. With this technology, you take a picture of it and it processes it into your books. So your accountant sees it at the same time. How many of you heard of software called Slack? So Slack is another piece of technology. It's one of the world leaders. It's free. You get to use it to interact with your staff. It helps you think about growing your business. It helps you to hunt in packs. It helps you to network. How many of you have heard about Asana? So I'm loving the nods. This is the technologies that you need to research, put into your business. And there's another one which I'll tell you about later. But if you have those three, I think you're pretty much there.
So I was looking at him, wondering whether he's going to promote his own product. So 3 simple technologies, are these all apps? Do you buy them?
Yes.
Are they for free?
So a lot of them start off free, and these are global leaders. So they tend to be cheap because of the scale. They're foreign technologies. We've got local technologies being developed. The problem with local technologies is that they're not yet at scale. So if you deal with Asana, and if my company is using it, we can connect with each other for free. So that's the status quo at the moment. There's a lot of fintech companies out. You've got one of your panel members, is a good friend of mine, who'll be coming and talking about their product later on in terms of access to finance. I won't go there.
Stephen, can we unpack a case study? I mean, your mind is the mind of the researcher, if I may say so. You clearly look at Brazil, you look at South Africa, you see differences. Or unpack a practical example first, if you don't mind.
Okay,
Why would you start a business here in the Western Cape rather than Brazil, or the other way around?
Because there's tons of less red tape, and Brazil is a minefield of red tape. So you wonder then why the entrepreneurial rates are better and stuff. It's a lot to do with obviously apartheid, with holding back the entrepreneurial spirit on black people, and that's kind of now it's shooting, now it's going up. But still, you've got the public services, the government is not equipped to kind of and partner with. I think the main thing is that. So we've got a public sector which is like just about failing. The kind of people that work there mostly not so good. They don't work enough with the private sector. So you get two extremes. You get, like, say, the private sector going into our private equity sector is really good, but where's our venture capital sector? I mean, this SA SME fund. I mean, the guy, the CEO just resigned the other day, or he was let go. They won't say, but I mean, that thing has been. That announcement was made in 2015, and now it came out during the whole time that they're not going to focus on building a venture capital sector, which we really need. I mean, in India and Brazil and Malaysia and Chile, they all. The government stepped in and said, we're going to finance, for example, we're going to co-invest or set up a fund of funds, and we'll put in like 40% or 60% and take the first losses and all that kind of thing, and the private sector puts in the other money. Where was the government here? No, they said, no, they're already doing enough in other places. It's because of this mistrust. And I think your panel, your conference last year also kind of came to that conclusion. And how do we move away from that? I think in these other countries, Brazil, and people leave the public sector and they go to the private sector and they come back, private to public. Here, they flee, man. So it's like an employer of last resort. And I don't think I used to write for the government's news agency too, so I saw the good stuff in government too, and we really had to squeeze to get that good stuff. So you can see, and there was constant narrative about how the public sector is failing. And you can see that with, take a train here or something, and that affects small business development because you don't have agencies that then work with the right people and get the right mentors and come up with the right products. Like our credit guarantee schemes that failed here too.
Now, we need to pull you out of that dark place of despondency.
We have to.
Anybody got free drugs here for Stephen? No, I'm just pulling your leg. So there are lots of statistics. I don't know if they are facts. I don't even know if it's data, but there are lots of numbers being thrown around. That if you ask small business people, the biggest things between them and success is access to financing. I wish I could give every aspiring entrepreneur $1 million or $5 million and pull that excuse forever off the table. I think it takes more than just capital. But I want to unpack the venture capital point a little bit, because to me, from a distance, it looked like government and big business were together going to create a fund. Then government backed off, and then big business created a fund. But big business aren't the right people to create a venture capital fund.
Yeah, they're Mickey Mousing around right now.
And so, was that ever, and this is our problem now. We go to big government and big business to solve small businesses' problems. Are we not just barking up the wrong tree?
No, I think the one thing, if you want to say something positive, is the one program of government that I think stands a good chance of succeeding in the future is supplier and enterprise development, because they're actually getting those big companies to, support not only like black firms. They're not supporting any kind of black firms. They've got to work with these guys, these people, the suppliers, and choose the best ones that are going to get into supply chains. So it's a market-based approach. And I think if you just take out the rest of the BE stuff, this supply development, I mean, the DTI told me as well, various people, that they love supply development. That's what they were chasing to increase as a priority element. They obviously, because politics works with different pressures and stuff, they didn't want to have ownership as a priority element. It was the Black Business Council that put that kind of thing on there. So I think we need to look at, and really we need more like 100% black-owned firms. We can't have these 40%, 20%, that's like suitcase, guy just takes deals and everything. And to help those black-owned firms start up, you need that enterprise development, supplier development stuff. You need, but you also need you need all these things to work together. You need the venture capital stuff. You need, banks. They don't lend a lot to small businesses. They might claim they do, or even startups. So there, what you need is something like a credit guarantee scheme, which I mentioned, which is we did have that through the predecessor of the Small Enterprise Finance Agency called Cooler, which became part of them in 2012 or something. But what that does is the government says, okay, so the bank says, the government says to the bank, okay, you lend out to risky lenders. If the loan goes bang, we'll cover it for 70%. And where these things fail is that often the repayment takes months. Like instead of instantly paying the bank back, the process takes months, and then so the banks don't want to become part of it, or it starts this kind of the business knows that, I'm going to just do anything because I'm not going to repay because it's actually government money, and then all these loans go collapse. But in other countries, they've got around it by being in Chile. They run a very successful model where basically they take all the money and they say, okay, here's 1 billion pesos or whatever, and they get all the banks to auction, to bid for this money. So they say, okay, and the ones with the best coverage rate, the lowest ones, because then the state deploys the capital in a more fair way, in a more affordable way. So if a bank comes up and says, oh, we'll take 200 million of that and we'll only ask you to cover 60%, then they get more of they get a better chance of getting that capital. And that, I think, it's a really good market-based approach, and you need a solid technical team of people, which we slipped up there in a bit.
I want to ask, because I spent quite a few hours of my life lobbying for a Canadian-type flow-through share scheme to incentivize exploration. Not in the Western Cape, everywhere else. Not in the Karoo either, Jennifer. And by the time Treasury was done, this instrument became a vehicle for property developers.
Yeah. Sounds
I
like
wish it was a
Section
joke.
12J.
It is unfortunately serious, yes.
Is that what you're getting to? Yeah.
And so, yes, our challenge is we should learn from the world, but it has to be in a context of what can or won't work in South Africa. And then it seems like our policy instruments, our incentives, our approach, somewhere gets pulled by so many different views that it ends up, like I say, did we really need more property developing companies in the country?
So Section 12J, you're right, the property developers have seen the opportunity and they're using it. But there are other...
And that's exactly what our country needed, more shopping malls. Thank you.
There are other ventures. So if you know how to access 12J funds, and this is something government has put in, on the SARS website you can see all of the 12J funds. They're not just property developers. So there's the older guys that have figured out that There's more out there. A lot of them are going into tech companies and supporting tech companies. And then you kind of get the guys that are big and they're playing in this space from an investor perspective. So they want the tax deduction and they want to be completely in line with the spirit of the legislation. So what they're doing is they're doing the angel investor type finances. So those are the funds you need to look for, and you actually do get quite good support.
See, so you guys can thank us miners for getting it wrong, and now they're angel
Well, the other one
investors.
is DTI. I mean, how many of you know how many grants you qualify for sitting in this room?
No, but let's rather ask, how many of you ever successfully get a grant from the DTI? No, and I'm not being cynical again, but if I have to see one more mining entrepreneur with a letter of provisional support from the DTI, and each of those words is very loaded. But I interrupted you.
No,
you're a believer. I like believers. He
you're
believes in the
correct.
DTI.
I mean, hope is a powerful instigator. So there are 19 grants.
Sure.
And you're correct that we don't know how to access them. So you'll get a rugby team getting lottery funds because they know how to tick all the boxes on the form. The same with DTI. So what government did was they put these free consultants out there that you can use to fill out the forms. And if you look at the record of the success rate when you use these facilitators, it's significantly higher. If you look at SARS, what SARS is doing, there's a meeting in Pretoria next week specifically to talk about small business and what government is going to do from a tax perspective to make the compliance burden for small business easier. So there are all of these mechanisms in place. And the problem with benchmarking, we choose where we live. And we choose for many reasons besides money. And when we choose where we live, we make the best of what we have. And if we pull together, then I think we're in a good space. So it's not...
The problem is there is no benchmarking, so I don't know what you're talking about.
We are gonna get to that. That's our hobby horse. Don't steal our horse yet. Tim, I want to go to 2030. By then, according to our National Development Plan, SMEs are going to create 90% of South Africa's new jobs. You don't have to deliver that. You only have to deliver that in the Western Cape. Is that real pie in the sky? Is that achievable? I mean...
No, I think there's a reason why everyone goes back to that document, because we all believe we've got what it takes to achieve those targets and that vision that's set out very eloquently in the NDP. But it isn't even useful to say it. There has been no implementation around that. But I think if we tackle some of the problems you've already raised on the panel, it's entirely achievable. I mean, let's try and tap into some of the hope that we're talking about here. I mean, I've been talking about 12J on panels since it started. And in the beginning, there was a lot of skepticism. It's now got real traction. The property deals financed through 12J are only allowed in hotels and B&Bs. So they're really playing into the tourism space, which for me makes them better. They're tapping into the potential growth or the inherent growth in tourism, and they're facilitating that. So I think we should give credit to 12J getting some traction. We're not where the UK is, for example, in terms of tax-facilitated venture capital, but we're certainly in a much better place than we were a few years ago. So that's, you know, if we're trying to solve these constraints one by one, that's a big one. You raised the question of, like, who are we asking to solve these problems for us? I'll do one more quick ad break. I saw Reverend walked in from the red tape unit in the province. And you all know the red tape unit, I hope, but I'll just quickly summarize the idea. The idea is that as small business, we know that one of the biggest constraints to growth is regulation, is red tape. And Rabin and the team in the Western Cape Provincial Government run the red tape reduction unit that essentially partners with entrepreneurs to remove red tape. So Bernard, all that's doing is saying government has more clout, government has more authority, so let us help you remove regulation, whether it comes from city, province, or national level. And it's a partnering approach. It's private sector driven. And I'm sure Rabin can reflect on some of the extraordinary success of that unit. So there, you're not saying government's going to give a top-down strategy to solve the problem. You're saying, you tell us the problem, we'll hold your hand and solve it for you.
So is it then now in the Western Cape quicker and easier and cheaper to start a typical venture than in another province? And do we have data, or is this a subjective, we think so because we do it sort of view?
It's a good question. Regulation, by and large, is coming out of national level. It's coming out of the DTI, as we've discussed already. The point is, if you're bumping into regulation in the Western Cape, you've got a unit purpose-built to help you cut it using their heft. I would imagine that that is having, or has the potential to have a significant effect on the ease of doing business for small businesses. But as I was discussing with Jennifer before we got here, we've got really bad numbers in the space. It's difficult to work out what's going on, particularly at a subnational level. So maybe Reverend has an insight into the differing performance in the Western Cape. I haven't seen the numbers.
That's the World Bank. They
do subnational.
Yeah.
And how's it looking?
Pretoria is better than Cape Town, but it's for that reason you mentioned that basically you can, that the website, registering your company via a website, they've had so many problems that it's just slid back. So people, if you can just go and do a manual one at the Pretoria office, therefore it's quicker.
Okay.
So Cape Town should actually be, you know, if we've got like a better public sector, public service, whatever, and we were controlling it, or the website was working, probably would be faster.
So, Tim, if I go back to 2030,
yeah.
I mean, and you can have views on the country, or you can speak specifically to your current area. I mean, because we must have hope, but at some stage we can all just say that's such nonsense, we're never going to achieve that. Where does this 90% of all new jobs will come from small and medium enterprises by 2030 sit? Is that?
Well, I think it comes from the kind of work that Stephen's done analyzing other competitive markets or competitor markets. That's best practice, right?
So we should think it's achievable.
Are going to be coming from, yeah. If we can catch up to international norms, then it's possible. But we've already covered lots of reasons why we're not hitting those norms.
Let me put a few quick questions from the audience.
By the way, if I can just say, the Department of Small Business Development, they did last year say that they're working on, basically it's Malaysia's SME master plan. They just looked at that and they were like, impressive stuff. It is, but the problem there is it's a state. Like, does the state have the Malaysian state maybe, but
But we got a minister for small business. I'm sure they don't.
Look, I don't even.
That must be our key.
The problem is we don't even need that minister. There are only a handful of countries that actually have small business ministers. So,
and they're not doing so well.
They're mainly like English Commonwealth countries. So in Africa, New Zealand, Canada. The problem is you kind of like this is the problem with the women ministry too. The women and children youth ministry is you silo small business. So you're like, oh, DTI, they're the big guys, they're the black industrialists, the big ones. Small business, it's township. I mean, their website looked like township business for literally the first 2 years. And then they eventually got someone else, then another person's brother designed a better one, but they still were running press releases.
So it sounds like you don't like the idea of a ministry for small business. What is the solution?
I said they've basically shelved off DTI. The solution isn't like a ministry. It's not going to save small business or anything. It's not even the state. It's actual people that just get off their high horses in government and outside and realize that this is actually a national priority and not just make platitudes like, oh, yes, we're going to do this.
But I'm sure we've got quite a few. Can I just see perhaps a show of hands who here work for the Department of Small Business? Now, I'm making your point. I mean, we recently had a mining conference, a Zimbabwean mining conference in Johannesburg. Of the 27 people panel, the oversight panel, 21 of them sat through it for the day. We have a mining conference in Johannesburg. The minister, the deputy minister comes, speaks and leaves. You go the next day to Botswana and the minister and the officials sit through the whole conversation and participate. And so I think we have created a place here where the high horses of the regulators and the officialdom is, I don't know where they get their insights into the people that they regulate, because...
Well, they take reports like mine and they just cut. I'm telling you, this is how it works. They rework parts. Oh, there's something about chili. Let's throw that in the speech. Oh, now, and then it's like, then the MPs, they don't even have the ability, I'm talking about all parties here, they don't have the ability to really, the technical expertise. They never ran a business, maybe one person there in their committee did. And so they can't, or they don't have the sort of experience so that they can't interrogate properly. The level of questioning. So it's easy for the ministry to just get away with saying, look, we did do this stuff here, because they can't take them apart.
We now know where he comes from. It's beginning to, I get a sense. And by the way, I agree with quite a few of your comments.
I'm saying that because I've been in these committees.
Yeah.
And it's depressing, man.
But can I ask, my more balanced, do you think a small business minister is going to contribute to our, I nearly said problems,
So
to the
is
solution
it
of our problems?
not a matter of perspective? That I'm an entrepreneur. I don't need government to come and help me for everything. I'm running a business. I'm here because I chose to be here. There's specific obstacles I want them to clear. So while we look at them from an academic perspective, I understand that. I understand the benchmarking and all of that. But there are very few things I need from government. Unlock it, and then make it easy for me to do business, and then stay out of my way.
Totally, I agree.
State
must stay away.
So this is what we want. And this is when government says, this is what we're doing. This is our big fancy plan. But tell us your top 5 pain points. And we will try and prioritize your top 5 pain points. And if organizations like this pitch up to the table and say, these are our top 5. We spoke earlier about late payments from government. So what is the impact of that? The impact is cash flow. One of the bigger impacts is VAT. So I send an invoice. I'm on an invoice basis. So if they take more than 60 days to pay me, where do I get the cash to pay the VAT to SARS? I can't do a credit note, because if I give them a credit note, they're going to take 100 days to pay me. So the solution, government says, well, we will look at a payments basis. What this room should say is, what is that number? What turnover company do we want you to put on a payments basis? Is it 5 million? Is it 10 million? Is it 20 million? If you come with that, you'll get an answer like this, and that obstacle is removed. So this is the kind of quick wins that we need to do as bodies like this, because when we step back, it is very easy to become depressed. I mean, it's very easy. I mean, I don't watch the news. And Siki, in all fairness, maybe I watch Siki. But this is the thing. As business people, we make things happen. So when we deal with government, we need bodies like this to unlock these obstacles.
And
if I may, because I'm glad Afzal brought up Zero earlier. I've got a small story around Zero. I went for dinner with the Kiwi High Commissioner on the eve of the All Black Springbok test in Cape Town. Luckily, it was before the test that I went to dinner with him. He ate Springbok loin deliberately that night. So I owe him one for that. But he said, look, he's working with Zero, a New Zealand company, about investing in Cape Town, building their Africa head office in Cape Town. And I knew about Zero. Many of the people in the room do. Essentially, it's cloud-based accounting software, disrupting the old accounting software providers and coming in at a really affordable level. It's like $1 a month or something.
It's cheap.
Yeah. Very cheap. And I thought, okay, I'm going to the consultation they did in February at the Century City Conference Center. Maybe some of you were there. And I thought, I'm going to an accounting software event. So I put on my best gray suits and gray shoes, and I went over there. And it was like being at an Apple event. It was just like cool kids in sneakers. The place was packed. And I thought, okay, well, this is maybe a cooler company than I realized. But I thought it's still, in the end, it's still a Kiwi investment. We want the head office, and it's great that they're choosing to build out of Cape Town. Then I walked around the corner into the exhibition space, and I saw all the Cape Town startups in the fintech space, in the services, in the payment space, all around the room, because they use Zero as a platform to sell their services. So what they're doing is they're seeding this onward entrepreneurship from local Cape Town companies like Yoko, doing payments. And I think maybe that's where the solution lies. What technology is allowing is for us to solve our own problems as small businesses, as entrepreneurs. Yeah. Zero surveyed their clients in 2017. They've got a State of Small Business report. The client said 3.7% of them said that the Department of Small Business had helped them. So really low traction reflects in those numbers. And they said 89% of companies are dissatisfied with the level of the support they receive from government. So I just want to drop in one last advertisement quickly. I've spoken about the province's red tape reduction unit. That takes a certain ideological approach to private sector-led, small business-led cutting of red tape. The city has said, let's look at all these grants, all these structures, all these agencies and entities that are supposed to be supporting small business. And they've created a team, and all they do is help you as an entrepreneur understand everything that's available and understand all the different services from across government. And that's running fairly successfully over the last few years out of the city. So all you're doing there is we're not asking in the Cape, we're not asking the province and the city to solve the problem with a big strategy and a whole big budget. We're saying, what can government do in a small way to help make it easier for small businesses to function? And I would argue, if you replicate those kinds of approaches across the country, maybe we'll make a step forward.
I must put questions to you guys. Last year's conference, the estimated number of SMEs was between 1.5 and 6. That may have come from my opening speech. Is there any clarity on the numbers this year? In other words, have we got a cooking clue of how many SMEs we've got in the country?
No.
Tim, have you got a better feel? Do you think you are beginning to work with data in your area of influence?
Jennifer just told me about a report from the Enterprise Observatory. This doesn't, maybe it tells us, Jennifer, the number, but it does also tell us that 30 businesses with a turnover under 10 million are closing every month.
Yeah, we saw that, yeah. Yeah, that's a SARS
But does it
number.
talk about the total number?
Yeah.
Just the closure rate?
That's why we're doing a baseline.
Excellent. Well, there we go.
Now Jennifer wants some airtime. No, and obviously, I mean, if we want to influence policy, we need to have evidence-based policy making. If we then choose to turn left or right, it should be a choice.
Yeah.
For the moment, we just wander around in the dark without data, and so our own baseline study is proceeding well, I think.
Yeah. You need consistent. You need like the same, and the data set has to be solid. Whether it's a census or a survey, it has to be it has to be regular. So what happens is, for example, the government, they have a national small business annual, something like an annual. Man, has the Small Business Development Department ever released their annual? No. I can tell you there was a draft version because I saw that, so I asked him, because I was doing some research for some organization, I said, but this is, we're now at 2016 and this is 2014. What's going on here? No, the minister never signed it off. This is how this minister, unfortunately, is. She sits on something like the Gazelles program. Thing has been, the second cohort had been put together, but it took 5 months for her to announce it. I mean, no wonder we're not getting anywhere. If from that basic thing you take such a long time to...
You see, I don't think, and I think this goes to your point, I don't think a true entrepreneur waits for government. Quite often, entrepreneurs play there where governments fail. We provide the services government under-deliver, whether it's health, schooling, whatever. I think what we are seeing is, since we've had the Minister of Small Business, I mean, it is now taking twice as long to get a business off the ground since 2015, one statistic.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so I think there's this fine balance of, I don't think anybody sits here. Well, I mean, we all hear the lobby groups who want government to create space, etc. But I think it is that sort of dampening or making it harder which is problematic. Huh?
I think to expect something from government is probably the mistake. Be happy when you get something, but don't expect it. And when they're not delivering, step into the space. I mean, for registering of companies...
I'm going to put that on my SARS form this year. To expect something from me is a mistake.
The banks allow you to register a company. You can get, for 150 Rand, you can get a company in 20 minutes. So this is what they're doing. What the people inside government are trying to do is to use technology from their side. So bring in XBRL and things like that, so you can then step into the spaces, and this is where the opportunities lie. I mean, how many of you feel silly when they talk about blockchain? How do you think, what the hell is blockchain? You try to pretend like you know, but how many of you actually know? So there's a book called The Truth Machine by Michael Casey. Have a read. It explains it very simply, and you start to understand the power and how it can be used. And when those technologies come, you don't have to understand it, but you can use it to fast track your business.
Tim, specific question. If an entrepreneur has access to major outside investment capital, so somebody here has got that, how does one approach Westgrow to get info on which projects needs capital intervention in the Western Cape or the IDZ in Saldanha, for instance? So,
yeah, so I did a big punt earlier for the export promotion team, and let me just reiterate that if you don't export yet, but you need to, please speak to them, come on one of our courses. And if you want to grow into new markets, they've given me a whole lot of examples of great Western Cape small businesses that they've successfully taken into market, who are now selling, earning foreign currency, and bringing it back here. So please come with us on one of those 40 missions we run each year. What you're asking about now is on the investment side, where, look, we achieved 3 billion rand of investment last year, but it was almost all big multinationals building big capital-intensive projects. If whoever's asking the question has access to that level of investment capital, please talk to us. We know where to make the introductions. We know how to present what's on offer at the Saldanha Bay IDZ, but also the new Atlantis Special Economic Zone, in Atlantis. What's really relevant, however, for small business is working out how to grow your global sales. And that's something which I'm committing, again, as I did last year, to helping you with. We're not trying to solve for small business growth and small business development. We're only solving for helping you grow your global sales, but I think that's an important contribution to a lot of small businesses in the Cape.
Stephen, a specific question to you. What happened to government's Red Door initiative?
The Western Cape.
I don't know, just the question. What role, in your opinion, can local municipalities play in taking over this entrepreneurial idea from government? Are you aware of the Red Door initiative?
Yeah, it closed down 5 or 6 years ago. So if I understand, it wasn't like, I think the government, the West Cape government wanted to kind of aim, there's always this kind of trade-off. Do you try and help loads of informal sort of businesses that are just run of the mill, or do you help sort of the couple that are probably run by more well-to-do people, but they're going to take off, they're going to employ more people? So that's, unless I'm mistaken, someone else can respond to that on the floor here, but I think that's why that's why they closed it. They wanted to aim at a different kind of business.
So as the SBI, we're quite outspoken about the obsession with creating new versus the sustain and the grow. I mean, Tim, you speak about growing your international sales. I mean,
that is a hole in the policy in South African small business policy. They actually, I think the DTI has even admitted that in documents and stuff, that they don't, so the problem comes is the support seems to be up to about the level when you have about 10, 15 employees. It's not a micro, small, but what happens when you want to now grow it? And yes, we haven't actually focused, we've got this brilliant program called the Export Marketing, EMEA. Yeah, they could even scale that up or add things, plug it in, different things, because that basically subsidizes 90, 80, 90% or something of your cost to go to a conference or trade show overseas and stuff.
So a comment more than a question from the audience. Sounds like a question. Would venture capital entities be less aggressive on returns? In other words, percentage interest and timing, turnaround, payback period. And then the statement is, we as SMEs try to steer away from VCs. But isn't that the nature of the beast? Isn't the high-risk capital, high-return capital?
So the nature of the beast is high return, high risk. What the 12J tried to do was to create that 5-year period where the investor's not going to come back and look for his funds. So they tried to create those types of things. But you know, the reality, angel investment, does it really exist? And the reality is, what government has done is they said, okay, fine, let's try with this 12J because we'll give an extra return to the investor and then try and ring fence them. So it remains to be seen. It's starting to grow now. When it first came in, I mean, Tim was right. There wasn't traction. And whether it's property or whatever, the traction starts and people start to look for other opportunities. I think private equity funds, you're not going to find.
But the problem with that, with the 12J, is that the whole thing is premised and aimed largely at spurring the investor to put the money in. But there's nothing the other way around to attract quality, the businesses that actually need it. Because most businesses, from what I've done a few stories on this, most of them are those property ones, or they are like ones that like some boring old business that's like 10 or 20 years old that now needs to like fix up a couple of things so they can sell it. Shouldn't that be the bank's business to fund that kind of thing? So the banks speak to the conservative nature of banks here. And there's nothing to incentivize. I mean, there's about 3 of those 100 and whatever that are active that are actually invest in tech.
We could certainly
so what about
take
high, like innovative, like real risk? It's all private equity. I think like 70% of those funds are private equity. So there's people in the treasury, they've never run a business. They don't know what they're doing.
We're not going to close this panel off by agreeing our government is useless, our financiers are useless, and our entrepreneurs are useless. So I think that would be an incorrect conclusion. Certainly on behalf of the small business people, we would not like to conclude that. So this is a panel that is trying to sort of highlight challenges, problems, but then we need to get, in the last 30 seconds, we need to speak about if you could fix one thing magically. So I gave you 12J, so you can't take credit for that. What would you fix? The one thing that would make a big difference?
So to give you good news, I'll tell you what has been fixed. We had trouble within SARS in terms of getting your refunds and all of those, and this was a national issue. What has been fixed is the senior management of SARS, the old management that was there, has come back. And by getting them back, we had meetings with them in the last few weeks. It's incredibly positive. Where technology is going in terms of e-filing now is to make things easier for us. So there's a lot that's coming that removes those obstacles that we were facing in terms of access to tax clearance certificates, registrations. So those obstacles are being removed, and they're being removed at an incredible pace. The integration with the banks, the integration with the medical aids, those are coming, and those are the things that are growing. If there was something that I would fix, they asked a question, and it's about tax. I'm a tax person. The small business tax regime is too fancy. There are ways to make it simple, and the concept of keep it simple is what we'll ask them to do in the meeting next week, to say, don't get clever about this. Just make it very simple. If you're in this bracket, this is what you pay. It's a final tax. You don't pay this, you don't pay that. So that's what I'd change.
Good luck. Stephen, are you in the mood to come up with a constructive
solution? One positive thing.
No, I think,
are you ready?
I think we need the government involved, because look at the problems we've got in this country. But we need a more capable government. So obviously what the National Development Plan says. But what I'd do is I'd like currently how things are, I'd put as many incentives that on forcing like real big companies, so that like BE, Enterprise Supply Development, get them to do the work, because they're going to do it way better than government. Government, the people they don't have the capabilities, or there's not a mass of them. And then do the rest for all those incentives too, like 12J. Why don't they get bigger incentives if they, for example, invest in like a really innovative black business? There's nothing like that. Innovative, we need more innovative businesses, we need more black businesses. Now, if they get like incentives, so the government doesn't actually do any help. All they do is they work out clever incentives to get the ordinary person and big business to get something by helping small business. Be at the mentor, university, and then they take the kudos in the end for crafting this thing. And then they stay the heck out of it. They just like make sure, the only thing they do is make sure that the business can set up quickly without, and don't make new laws.
I'm probably going to regret this, but you've got the last word, Tim.
You're definitely going to regret it.
No more West Grow, no more punch your own pothole, or what? No, sorry, your own province. I mean, so have you got water? No, I seriously now, carry on.
Under Table Mountain, actually, we do.
The one thing that can make a big difference.
Yeah, I'll get to
You're clearly good friends.
What's that?
You're clearly good friends.
Not really, no. I'll get to, we're honest. I'll get to the one thing now, but I'm worried we're not talking enough about technology. Basically, the small business conversation has totally changed in recent years. You're now able to grow a business from really small to really big super quickly, because technology means you can just access markets anywhere from wherever you are. And it's totally changed the competitive dynamics in almost every market. One of the things that's happening is there's concentration within markets. So big companies are becoming really big, like the big platform players, you know them all well. But then regions and, well, countries and regions and cities are becoming dominant as well. And companies and clusters are concentrating in these places. The best example is San Francisco. You know, a couple of decades ago, it was famous for having strong universities, counterculture, beaches, wine. It wasn't a serious business destination. Now the biggest companies in the world come from there. That same dynamic can certainly apply to South Africa, because the biggest market in the world is emerging in Africa, 2.4 billion consumers by 2050. That's the biggest market opportunity of our lifetimes. And when you are selling services, when you are selling agri-products, when you're selling food, when you're selling manufactured products out of Cape Town, you're increasingly selling to the rest of Africa. It's by far our biggest market right now, 45 billion rands worth of products every year into the rest of Africa. But what technology will do is speed up the concentration in certain countries and certain regions on the continent. Nairobi's a competitor, Lagos is a competitor, but Cape Town's in the race. I'm speaking to my own pothole here, as you put it. Cape Town and the Western Cape can become the tech hub for Africa. And what that means is it becomes the place that you can best grow your business into that new market, the biggest market in the world. And I say that by 2050, they estimate 2.4 billion in Africa, 1.6 in India, and 1.4 in China. So it will by far be the biggest market. The question is, what can we do to facilitate that growth and to keep Cape Town's position as this hub where you growing a small business, you'll be able to grow it infinitely quicker and tap into infinitely more markets than you were able to do in the past. If I had to change one thing to facilitate that, I would reform our immigration policy. I think it's too hard to bring in skilled people into South Africa. If we can do that, we'll tackle our skills constraint, but we'll also bring in the kind of talent that frankly would probably love to live in a place like Cape Town. And we can help get the skills we need to grow that position. But I think we've got everything we need to make that happen. It's just about unblocking key regulatory issues to unlock the potential.
Ladies, gentlemen, thank you for your questions, your participation. Panel, thank you very much.
You said there's a meeting.
Can you two take your conversations to the back room there? You know, really. We are very honored to have another national treasure, a famous person, I think one of our moral heroes, Reverend Professor Peter Storey with us. I think he has never lost his voice, but in times when we needed to hear voices again, we could hear people speak the truth to power. Reverend Professor, you've got the best part of 25 minutes. If you're a clever guy, you use it all and you leave no time for questions. So it's completely over to you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very, very much indeed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very aware that this is the witching hour. You're all waiting to get out and get some lunch. And you've been here all morning, I guess. So it's been, you've done some hard work together. And I've got the tough job of trying to keep you awake a little longer. When Wilma Alant invited me to speak, it was apparently on the basis of an open letter which I had written to Cyril Ramaphosa after his election at the electoral conference in December, but before he actually took office as our president. And it was published in the City Press newspaper. It was an open letter, and under the headline, "Cyril, are you the difference the country needs?" And there was a little bit of a splash after that. I was surprised and amused to discover it on YouTube. There is now a video of that letter, and it has been set to music. And beautiful scenery, South African scenery, elephants and giraffe and zebra and mountains and oceans. And can you believe the honey-soaked voice of Malcolm Gooding reads my letter from beginning to end, starting with "Dear Cyril" and ending with "Yours sincerely." But you know, what was the fuss about? All I asked, basically, was that this man who was going to take over the leadership of our country would be a decent human being. That's all. That he would have some integrity, some moral courage, that he would act with unusual humility. Why should that be remarkable is the question that I think we should be deeply troubled about. Surely that is a normal expectation. Well, the answer to the question is no longer. There is a new normal, which I find to be quite terrifying. And I think we need to take note of this and then ask the question whether we have a role in responding to it or not. So let me put it in context. Now, I'm old. I was born before the middle of the 1900s. And I grew up in a society with a kind of a moral consensus. It was based, of course, on the Judeo-Christian morality. And there was really not much argument between people about what a good life looked like. And that consensus was reinforced by, of course, certain institutions, one being religious institutions, our schools, our families, the law. Now we know that this society that I grew up in had this one great massive flaw, and that is that the good life was reserved for some and forbidden to others. But that aside, even crossing that divide, there was a consensus about what a decent, good life looked like. And whether people were deeply committed to institutions, for instance, like the church, or not, we seem to agree about the virtues that made a real human being, made us more human. Integrity, fairness, mutual respect, honesty, compassion, unselfishness, loyalty, humility. These were the things that I think we tended to respect without much argument. We took them for granted. That's what a decent person looks like. Now, there were lots of people who weren't like that, but we were able to decide about them because there was a consensus about what goodness was. And then came, towards the end of the 20th century, this thing which we have called the postmodern era. Postmodernity tended to coincide with the spread of the internet. Suddenly we were offered a whole new world of freedom, freedom of choice in particular, where creeds and codes were seen as outdated constraints on really liberated living, where institutions became increasingly suspect, where somehow we got to see behind the facade of some of those institutions, and we were disillusioned by them. Let me quote one from my field, the Catholic Church. Suddenly we asked the question, how much integrity is there in an institution that has persistently and systematically covered up a massive sex abuse scandal for decades? And suddenly the moral authority of an institution is shattered. And there have been other examples such as that. And so the consensus about what is right and what is good began to dissolve. The internet gave us this marvelous access to knowledge. It democratized knowledge. It's one of the mightiest steps ever taken by humankind in history. But we need to also acknowledge that the internet also democratized stupidity and mediocrity. There is more absolute rubbish on the internet than humankind could possibly have put into a waste dump. There was a time, of course, where another institution was the publishing institution, where if I had something I wanted to say, I had to get it published. And an editor could look over his glasses at me and say, you know this is rubbish, don't you? I'm not publishing it, and I don't think you'll ever get anyone to publish. Now I can publish it myself, and I can tell the world, and I can spread my rubbish. So postmodernity produced a new approach to authority. Instead of saying, these are the authorities I will turn to in order to discover what my values should be, now there's a smorgasbord like the one just outside there where I just had a light lunch while you guys were talking. And I can pick and choose. My values now, I can pick this one because I like it. I can pick that one. I can reject that one. And nobody is going to judge me any longer for doing so or challenge me. So it's a wonderful new world of self-governance. Now, I happen to come from the theological world where we have a deep suspicion of the consequences of completely unbridled self-governance. We have a word for it, which I'm not going to place upon you today. This is not a theological gathering. But you know, even in postmodernity, there was some kind of agreement about what a good person looked like. And then came the inevitable consequence. One of my contemporaries in Britain used to say that morality can only outlive faith by 2 generations. Now, I'm in the business of faith, so I like the quote. But I think there's some truth to it. Our morality didn't come from nowhere. It came from certain deep convictions. And the further we move away from those convictions, perhaps the more diluted are the practices and the behaviors that those convictions gave birth to. I was with a group of students a little while ago, and I asked them to write down the values that they thought made up a person of integrity. And they did so, and they made a list not very different from the one I recited a little bit earlier. And then I said, now I'd like you to tell me where you got those values from. Where did they come from? Where were they sourced in your life? And the interesting thing is, some said, church, that's sort of predictable. But the interesting thing is that those who were not linked with some kind of value-based institution, like a church, said, my grandmother. They didn't say my parents. They said my grandmother. Granny was the last one who really knew where these values came from. And she's the one who passed them on to me. My parents are not nearly as clear about them as Granny was. If we move far enough away from the sources of what we regarded as decent living, we get into another era. Beyond the postmodern era, we get into the era we're living in now, the one that terrifies me. And people are calling it the post-truth era, where anything actually goes, where truth is what I think it is and nothing else. And it doesn't really matter. And we can see this in the influence of some of our current leaders. Now, leaders have influence on the way communities behave. Perhaps the greatest example for us is Madiba, Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela lived in a way, I challenge anyone to contradict this, especially the younger generation who are busy trying to suggest that he was a sellout and the rest and the rest. They weren't there. They weren't even in nappies. They don't know. But in the few years that he led this country, he made every one of us want to be a better person. He made every one of us want to live a better life. He made every one of us to be a little less self-centered than we were. That's the impact of a leader who lives the virtues. Doesn't make him perfect, not at all. I don't canonize Mandela, I knew him too well. But what I do know is that he lived in such a way that I wanted to be a better human being in his presence. Now I contrast him with Jacob Zuma. Leaders have influence. He has lived in such a way as to give permission to this nation and this society to be bad. He's actually given us permission to be dishonest, to be greedy, to be venal, to have no respect for women, and I could go on with the list. We're all familiar with the list. We had to live with it for a long time. He has taken this amazing African virtue called Ubuntu, this soul spirit, or spirit of the soul, which says that I'm only a human being when I live with deep respect and in collaboration and interdependence with other human beings. I'm at my worst when I'm priding myself as an individual. I'm at my best when I lend my personality to the building up of a community. That's what Ubuntu is about. He took that and tore it to shreds. Ubuntu no longer has any currency in our community, in our nation. Another example, of course, is Donald Trump. Trump is the new normal in American politics. Both he and Zuma are the inevitable consequences of postmodernity. Post-truth must follow post. When truth becomes something anybody can choose to define any way they want to, the next step is that we're in a post-truth society. And so, Trump's America is an America of narcissism, of self-worship. There's nobody else to worship anymore except myself. It's a society of self-aggrandizement, of rudeness, of ruthlessness, of enmity, of division, of coarseness in the public discourse. The post-truth world is a world in which we can never be sure that the narrative we are seeing has any basis in fact. Let me give you an example, one which I'm fairly intimately involved in, the funeral of Winnie Madonsela Mandela, that very solemn, special moment when this person whose reputation for courage and defiance and resistance was honored by our land. But we all know that that was only half the truth. I certainly know that it was only half the truth. So her funeral was a half-truth because nobody that day had the courage, the moral courage, to stand up and say, you know, there were problems in her life. She had profound, profound dark shadows over part of her life, and people's lives were lost because of it, including a 14-year-old child. Not even the church had the moral courage, happened to be my church, to say that at that funeral. And that means that the narrative has been written dishonestly. And you don't have to hide your admiration for somebody's strength by denying the truth about some other parts of that person's personality and record. Now, when we live in a post-truth society, there comes a feeling of helplessness about how you can you change it? Is there any way in which you can change it? So I would want to pick up the words of a chap by the name of Jim Wallace, who's a social change activist in the United States, when he says, the inevitable consequence of the post-truth era is that we move into an era of cynicism. And cynicism says, change isn't really possible. What we have to do is try and make ourselves comfortable as possibly we can within a situation we cannot change. And he says that's very dangerous spiritually because it is a buffer against personal commitment. In other words, we reach the attitude which is basically, if you can't beat them, join them. Now, take the issue of corruption in our country. When I hand over a 50 Rand note to a traffic cop to get away from a fine, I've stopped beating them and I've joined them. It may not be 500 million, it may be 50 Rand, but I have now joined. I have become part of the problem. And the moment you feel you can't bring about any kind of change, you begin to join and contribute to the downward spiral of a society. And that begins to infect every institution. The other day I was watching Mr. Zuma after his appearance in court, and he was up there on a platform and a crowd of supporters were there. And I looked at the people on that platform and I thought, what a bunch of rogues. What a bunch of rogues. Every crook that one could think of in politics and in other fields was there to give their support and to proclaim his innocence. But what really shook me was that the MC of that performance outside the courthouse was a bishop of some church or other. And there are many, as you know, many independently established churches, some of them very authentic in what they're about, and some of them not so authentic in what they're about. But I suddenly thought, there goes, not the neighborhood, but there goes the church. I mean, who will respect anything a bishop of the church says when the last time they saw a bishop of the church, he was emceeing a support group for a political support group, a very political meeting for somebody whose behavior has been very suspect indeed. And so Jim Wallace says, we become so cynical we don't believe the change is possible, and that allows us to step back, to protect ourselves, to grab for more security, to avoid taking any risks, to become islands, essentially, instead of part of society, everyone for themselves. That's the best way to guarantee that we will become a failed state. And God knows we've come very close to being a failed state. And only at the very last minute does it seem that our nation was pulled back from the edge of a cliff. And that's not just because we've been declared to have economic junk status. It's because we have come very close to moral junk status. And the two are linked. The only thing that changes a society, and the only thing that has ever changed a society, is the personal commitment of people who have a vision of something better. People laying themselves on the line for an idea, for a vision, for what they believe to be better, to be right. That's how we got to 1994. I was a chaplain to Robben Island in 1963 and 1964, and I was there when Nelson Mandela and the others arrived on the island. I saw how they were treated. I ministered to them. There was something about that group of men, they were all men. They were together in that maximum security block. There was something about them that was undefeatable. They had a vision. They had clarity about what a good society would look like. And even though it was years away, there was a sense in which the future of South Africa already existed in that small circle of men in the maximum security cells of Robben Island. That's how we got to 1994, by individuals with a personal commitment to something they believed to be right. And the funny thing about the virtues, or what some people like to call values, that I have been talking about, is that the values and virtues only have power, and hear this clearly, when they are embodied, when they take flesh. Now, of course, I come from a faith community which places a lot of weight on the fact that the Word, the soul of the universe, took flesh in a young carpenter in Galilee. Certainly, the virtues that make a good society took flesh in people like Nelson Mandela. We saw a good South Africa walking around in front of us, and we all wanted to be better people. Now, Cyril Ramaphosa knows this, and he, I think, is trying to embody difference and virtue. And I really appreciate that, and I want to be supportive of it. And he's tried to wrap it up in the words Tuma Mina, which are, I mean, it comes from a hymn, doesn't it? Lord, send me, not the other person, but me. Convince me to be involved. So now let me come back. I've got just a few more minutes. Let me come back to this room and say, I'm really not talking to Cyril this morning, I'm talking to you. And I want to ask you, are you the difference that our nation needs? And if you're willing to consider being the difference our nation needs, then you might be asking the question, how? Where do I start? And you know, the start, I think, is fairly simple. I think you need to emigrate. I think you need to emigrate. Now, some immigration is very expensive. If there are people here who are thinking of Australia or Canada or places like that, that's going to cost a lot. I've got a much cheaper form of immigration for you. A much easier form of, not easier, but far less costly in terms of rands and cents. It's costly in another way. I would invite you to emigrate to the kind of South Africa you believe we can be. That's what you need to do. In the bad days in this country, I used to say to people, what you need to do is ask yourself what God's future is for this land so desperately torn apart by apartheid and oppressive policies and police state laws. Ask yourself what God's dream for this country is, and then start living in that dream. Start living that dream now. And I still would want to say that because we got quite close to that dream, and then it got all torn apart by the criminals who we have had in government lately. Decide what South Africa you want. What is the South Africa you'd like your kids to grow up in? And then emigrate to that South Africa. Start living that way now. If it's a South Africa where people matter most, even more than profits, then run your business that way. Make people centeredness the heart of whatever business you run. There is no business that doesn't improve when we put people at the center of our concern, above everything else. If it's a South Africa where honesty and transparency is the accepted way of doing business, then stop lying now. I had an ethics professor who once came in for a lecture, and we all sat with our pens poised, and he got to the lectern and he said, never, 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 ever lie. And then he walked out. And that was the most important lecture we ever heard on ethics. Stop lying. Tell the truth. If it's a South Africa where nobody is above the law, then let your business be one where everybody from the boss down is going to live by the same code and is going to accept the same standards for the way they ought to be and live. If it's a South Africa where service delivery really happens, then you can live right now in that new South Africa, that different South Africa, by offering and refusing to offer anything less than excellence of service. Where it's a South Africa where inclusion is a priority, then don't wait to be told by different BEE codes that you need to be a truly South African company. Rather make it a priority that when people walk into your business, they see the real South Africa and not some pathetic remnant of pink-faced people or whatever. Try your utmost to let your business be a sign of what South Africa could and should be. If it's a South Africa where we try to live compassionately with each other, then I pray that you will make your business one that will always have space for the alleviation of suffering and the lifting of the fallen. We live in in a country which is so desperately divided by poverty and riches, that any business that makes any kind of profit, that is not plowing part of that profit into helping somebody else get out of the hole of utter despair, is not a business worth doing business with. And if people say to me, I'm in business to make profits, not charity, then I say, go somewhere else. Go to another country. We don't need businesses like that. We need businesses where people care enough to want to transform the society. If it's, say, South Africa you want for your children is one where kindness and gentleness rule, then refuse in your business activities to act ruthlessly, to inflict pain, to exploit another, to denigrate anybody, but rather lift yourself above that world. If it's a South Africa where collaboration often works better than competition, seek for ways of expressing interdependence as well as getting ahead of a competitor. Now, what have I been talking about? I've been talking about, frankly, in my language, what God would regard as a normal society, the way the world could and should be. Certainly, I've been speaking about nothing more or less than being human, joining the human race, expressing the human virtues. I've been talking about an Ubuntu society. I've been talking about picking up the pieces of shattered, broken Ubuntu and putting them together again. And if that's the kind of South Africa that you would dream of and long for, then I want to suggest you can emigrate there today. Thank you very much. Have I managed to dodge the questions?
You have managed to dodge the questions. Thank you, sir. Are there any pressing questions? I've never had the privilege to meet Reverend before, so it's one of my big days in my life. I just want to stand a little bit here, absorb that. Look on your floor, you will read about it later. Are there any pressing questions? The Reverend is going to be around. Also, if you want to ask a personal question, I think people will like it. Can we get our family together?
Afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session. We will be exploring the challenges and opportunities that small businesses pretty much face in Africa. And we have 5 fantastic entrepreneurs here representing businesses that are either small or, businesses that are growing, or businesses that are funding or supporting small businesses in South Africa and Africa. So we have Darlene, Ayesha, and Antoinette, whom I've worked with before through Alan Gray, Pondumo, as well as Boydumen. And I'm sure you've read their profiles. I've prepared a few questions for them separately. But maybe before, I don't know if you have microphones.
Yes, we do.
If you can just give us, 30 seconds pitch of what your businesses are about or what you're involved in. I'll start with you, Darlene.
Hi, I'm Darlene Menzies from FinFine. We're an access to finance portal for small business. So we provide SMEs looking for finance with access to all of the funding opportunities in the market, whether it's equity, grant, or debt-based. So we're kind of the Tinder of SMEs.
So I'm Aisha Pandor. I'm CEO and co-founder of a company called Sweep South. I think going with the Tinder for or Uber for analogy, our company is kind of an Uber for home cleaning. So what we do is we connect domestic workers who are experienced but who are underemployed or unemployed with homeowners who are looking for their services, and we do it through a website and an app. And we've worked with around 7,000 domestic workers to date.
Hi, I'm Antoinette from the 88 Business Collective, founded it in 2016, and we support female founders and we accelerate their businesses to world class.
Hi there, my name is Mpodumo. I run a company called Pimp My Book. Our goal is to make textbooks and academic materials more affordable and accessible to students. Therefore, we run a platform, stores and online, where students can sell back their used books, get cash, and other students can come and buy them.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vitumelo from Minders, which is an online peer-to-peer platform for pet care services. So sticking with the Uber analogy, it's essentially an Uber for pet care services. So if you're going away on holiday, you're able to book either a dog walker, house sitter, pet sitter online on our platform. They are vetted, they're experienced, and they're insured.
Great. So it was amazing to see, all of them are pretty much platform innovations. And I mean, even with you pretty much, Mbondumo, you are facilitating, you are brokering books and demand and supply of books. So I'll start with you, that side, Darlene. So I read that you are funded by USAID, is that correct?
No, that's not entirely correct. USAID actually came into South Africa in 2008 and for 5 years did a large study on the challenges to access to finance in the country. And the findings of that study were that providers and seekers of finance can't find each other, and when they do, often they don't match for funding, or the small business isn't ready for funding. And so they then put out that particular research and concept as a national bid. And my original software development holding company won that bid, and we took over that initial database and then built a platform for SMEs. So they haven't funded us, but we came off the back of research that they funded for the country.
What are the type of businesses that you fund? Is it sector specific? Because I know that the private equity market is very obsessed with tech. So do you diversify your funding portfolio?
So basically what we are is we're a system that has every type of lender in the country, every product that's available. So we've got just under 500 different funding products, over 200 lenders. So whether they are VC, private equity, whether there's government grants, whoever it might be in the country that is giving any sort of money out to a small business. So when you ask, what do we fund? Anybody looking for funding that has a matching lender in the country will be brought together for funding. So the data that we've collected now is quite significant, and so we can have a look at particular sectors where maybe there aren't products in the market where there should be, so the supply and demand can be there's better solutions put around that. And we're actually putting out the first inaugural, Access to Finance report with the SA SME Fund. They've funded the independent research, and that comes out next month on our 2017 data, and that will tell you all of those every sector across any different turnover. In 2017, there were 40 billion rands worth of requests from small business for funding, and the 29% of that was for between 250 and 1 million rand. So we all get this idea that we can't solve the problem, but actually there's a lot of money out there, and we need to solve some of the challenges to get into it. So to answer your question, it's any sector across any type of finance for any type of business. For any turnover bracket, looking for any amount of money.
I'm going to link this question to Antoinette's question that's coming up next. But in your portfolio, how much of the money goes to female entrepreneurs and particularly youth entrepreneurs? I ask this because globally, the average funder funds a 37-year-old, which means basically that the financing in the global space excludes young people, particularly. And the typical funder will find 9 out of 10 males. In your portfolio, what's the gender split?
Well, it's quite interesting. Firstly, we've got two different bases. So we've got the seeker who's asking for funding, and then you've got the funders. So if you look at the funders, there is actually, you can start to have a look at, there's obviously more funds specifically for women because there's very few funds that are specifically for men. That doesn't mean that more women get funded. There's very few funds for youth in relation to the number of youth-owned businesses that are looking for funding. So we have a look at those gaps. In terms of people applying for funding, the male and female requests are quite similar, but that very granular data will be available in less than a month's time, and you can have a look at those findings.
That will be interesting because I think I'm sure you also don't want to just facilitate, but also as a business disrupt how funding is done in Africa.
Absolutely.
Antoinette, you work with women entrepreneurs and you scale them. And I have a privilege of working with another organization which does similar work to what you do, which is African Women Innovation and Entrepreneurship Forum. Just last week I trained 16 entrepreneurs in the biosciences space. And they're all entrepreneurs from Lesotho, Nigeria, and South Africa. What is unique about 88 business collectives? What is unique about your value proposition apart from the fact that women entrepreneurship is attractive?
I guess I'm going to brag a little bit and say that after 12 years of running my own ad agency and going through extreme difficulty and trying to create a continental business and having to liquidate it and finding myself in the fetal position on the floor trying to figure out my next, I took the learnings out of my own experience as well as mentoring women entrepreneurs in Joburg, in Kenya, in Uganda for several years. And it's the combination of those experiences that led to the 88 Business Collective. And I don't know how many accelerator programs, incubator programs are out there that are run by people that have run businesses before and that have failed colossally at it. So I think that's the difference, one. And then number two would be that I care. I care about the female founders that we support, like authentically and deeply care about every single one of the 30 female founders that we support. And I think that's the other thing that's missing from other programs is that you sit across from someone and they're really trying to tick a box. And our program is different where we look at the female founder holistically, and I believe that healthy founders create healthy businesses. So we focus on the founder more than the startup. And I've sat across from people. My first big failure in 2008 led to me losing 2 million. I went out seeking for assistance, and every single person that I sat across from was more interested in my business. They didn't look at me. They didn't really care about me at the end of the day. So that's the one thing that we're also doing differently.
Do you find that there are peculiar challenges that women entrepreneurs face in Africa?
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
take us
patriarchy is real, right? Patriarchy and misogyny is real. So even just one of my own experiences, again, is when I did lose that 2 million in 2008, I had the opportunity to pitch for a big piece of work that would have been 10 million, which would have made up for the 2 million that I lost. And instead of me just signing on the dotted line, I was asked to sleep with someone to close that deal. So it's real, and these are situations that female founders go through all day, every single day, right? So what we've done with the 88 Business Collective is create an ecosystem of authentic support where women can come to me and say, Anto, I'm faced with this situation, what do I do? I've got 60 people that I need to pay at the end of the month. This guy wants me to do X, Y, Z. And obviously, the immediate reaction is, it's hell no to sleeping with him. But then let's find an alternative so that you don't have to lay off people and you don't have to shut your doors.
So I gather I mean, that's amazing support that you're giving out. So I gather that you're providing mentorship. Is there something else that your business does to capacitate, maybe specifically around business development and strategy?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I come from a McKinsey background, right? So I worked for McKinsey before I started 14 years ago on this journey. And so our program is very strategic. And it's a 5-pillar program where we actually give the female founders an advisory board. I'm not big on mentors. I believe more in an advisory board because you'll have 5 people sitting across from you that can advise you on your journey. and whatever struggles you have, and they can plug holes in your business that you can't necessarily plug.
Good.
So we give them an advisory board. We give them a business coach. Because like I said, I believe healthy founders create healthy businesses. And when you're dealing with female founders that come from marginalized communities, we've been through trauma of note, be it abusive relationships, be it abusive mums and dads. We've been through the most. So some of those traumatic experiences can leave dust on your psyche that can limit you in terms of your business. So a business coach comes in to help them with those self-limiting beliefs and to just unblock some of their own personal challenges. And then we give them training and development. We have first Thursday workshops. We've just finished our finance boot camp that was powered by PwC. Because the other thing with female founders is that we have a very unhealthy relationship with money. So we know how to generate revenues, but getting to profitability and getting to creating generational wealth can be a challenge. So our finance bootcamp really helped them get comfortable with their numbers, understanding every item on your management account. And that was a huge success. So that's the third pillar. Our fourth pillar is our networking events, which has featured Aisha last week at our financial wellness brunch. And that brings the broader community together. Again, let's fix this relationship that we have with money. And then our fifth pillar, which I'll probably only launch in the new year, is our app. And we're going to look at using blockchain to bridge that gap in terms of funding for female founders.
Absolutely. So there's a
yeah.
collaboration already.
Definitely, collaboration.
This is going to be a little bit personal. My first ever award at UCT when I was a student was Naledi Panda's award. So I won the Stella Clark award, and your mom gave that award, and I was quite tiny. I remember that vividly in 2006 or 7 at UCT. You face your business. I mean, apart from technology, you have fierce competition, massive amount of people trying to bring cleaners, really good cleaners, and experienced cleaners and high-paying customers. What is disruptive about your business?
Sure, so there's a lot. So we started our business 4 years ago, and I think in terms of thinking about competition, we think about 3 main types of competitors. So on the one hand, you have what existed before. So you have domestic workers who are going out and who are independently finding employment or finding work with homeowners. In those scenarios, and that's what existed previously to Sweep South being started, but in those scenarios, you have all sorts of issues that exist. So transparency around payment, treatment, mutual treatment, relationships between homeowners and domestic workers, and the fact that often that isn't seen as a professional relationship because people are working in homes. There are all sorts of issues that after founding this business, we've realized that domestic workers face, and it goes back to what Peter's story said around, if you start a business in South Africa, it better be something that's solving societal issues and that's helping people. That's certainly been our experience, is that you start working and you launch as a platform that just connects domestic workers with homeowners, and it seems like a sexy idea to build an app that's doing what Uber's doing. And then you start to understand more and more, particularly about domestic workers in that industry. And you understand that people are, by and large, primary breadwinners at home. By and large, are single mothers. 70% of domestic workers are single mothers. That people are earning ridiculously low wages. So minimum wage doesn't even cover basic living costs for most domestic workers. The work is unprofessionalized, so you don't have contracts. Often people aren't protected against unfair dismissal or things that are kind of disguised under the guise of retrenchments. So all of those issues exist in the relationship between domestic workers and homeowners directly, the private relationship. And then you have agencies who are another competitor, who are probably our biggest institutional competitor, but you have kind of rampant cases of abuse in terms of payment and treatment. And then the other thing that exists are classifieds, so which is where I would have found a domestic worker if Sweep South hadn't existed, and classifieds don't afford the sorts of protections that I talk about, and also don't provide any sort of vetting or insurance. We do have one or two competitors who are also technology-enabled businesses, but you know, I think starting 4 years ago, being the first entrant both in South Africa and in Africa in terms of this particular model, and being very, very heavily reliant on the data that we collect from both sides of the platform and using that to add value, we are, you know, far above any other competitor in the space. And we've started to leverage off of that data that we collect to look at what additional value we can add to homeowners and to domestic workers on the platform. So some of those stats that I presented to you are from a study that we've published around domestic workers' pay and living conditions in South Africa. We'll continue to do that annually. And we use those results to look at what additional services through the scale of our platform we can negotiate with partners to provide, so that it's not just about fair rates of pay, which we are definitely looking at providing and definitely do provide, but it's also about outside of pay. Bearing in mind that a lot of South Africans aren't able to pay 10, 20, 30,000 rand for a domestic worker, what can we provide outside of just wages, whether it's insurance for themselves and their families, savings plans for children, you know, access to kind of stipends to help with transport and housing. So there's a whole ecosystem that we've discovered outside of just the work and the you know, the homeowner domestic worker relationship where we can add value.
What's the, I'm going to come to you, Mbondumo, now. What's the internationalization of your workers? Because South African workers have this dichotomy where, you know, there's minimum wages, but there's a Zimbabwean lady who can do this, who can clean for 1,500 without a contract and with worse conditions. How do you capacitate and maybe challenge homeowners to still take the South African who needs the job?
So what we've done through our platform is we've set rates on the platform for exactly that reason. Because what happens when you allow people to set their own rates is that on the side of homeowners, of employers' side, you have people who are going for the best person at the lowest rate, and you have a race back down to the bottom when it comes to wages. And then for domestic workers who are often desperate for work, at sometimes just shocking rates, you have people who then are competing with each other, and you again have a race to the bottom. So what we've done is set minimum rates on our platform. But over and above that, we've allowed customers who book the ability to add over and above that. So are you able to pay more than our minimum prescribed rate, which is far above? I think it's more than double the minimum wage amount, the upper level minimum wage amount for domestic workers. So over and above that, are you able to pay more? And we try and conscientize people to pay more. And then we also try and add a human element to it. So, you know, this is, when you book on our platform, we say this is the person who's going to come and clean for you. This is, you know, her family situation. This is her, you know, this is what she wants to do. Further down the line, she doesn't necessarily want to be a domestic worker for the rest of her life. She's working with Sweep South part-time so that she can save money and do this with her life. So we try and also just conscientize people to the fact that, you know, you with 3,000 or 4,000 rand are supporting someone who has, in most cases, 3 or more breadwinners and who's trying to use a portion of that income to actually better themselves.
Great. I've got 2 questions here from the audience for you guys. Mbondumo, you also now face massive competition. When Pimp My Book started in 2006, it was fairly new. How are you innovating to stay ahead?
Well, I think in many ways, if I were to just break down or give a breakdown of what we do. So effectively, it's quite simple. It started out in my experience of struggling to afford new textbooks. And strangely, you found that students were selling between each other. It was notice boards, but there wasn't an efficient platform and a professional platform where students could go to sell a book and get the books they need. So what we've done is effectively done that. We've professionalized that. We've got both physical stores and online stores, and we've continually expanded both sides. You know, in the Western Cape, Cape Town, in Bloemfontein, in Gauteng, at all the major universities. And as we do that, new things come in and new competitive advantages come in. For example, a textbook is no longer used at University of Pretoria because the lecturer has prescribed a new textbook. It's a dead book. The students, they are throwing it away. But hey, students at University of Stellenbosch are looking for the book. Puma Book is then able to start facilitating these types of networks. We're also looking at how we can start doing that across our borders even, because once you start building the database of what's out there, you're able to make more linkages and make textbooks more affordable and accessible. We've also gone as far as partnering with the National Student Financial Aid. We mentioned partners with NSFAS, with IntelliMali, with Fundi and EduLoan. This is critical because in previous years, in fact, the way our system had worked, we had the poorest of the students on NSFAS being forced to buy new textbooks because there wasn't a pimp or a professional supplier of textbooks who NSFAS could partner with. We've taken that even further to bursaries. Today, in terms of innovating, we've changed it where if you're a corporate, a company, a foundation, a bursary, and you're spending 2 million or whatever on students for textbooks and etc., we step in. We buy back the books from your students once they're done with them. We take the funds, we pop them back into the bursary. Now that organization can fund more students, and then we take the textbooks and resell. So we've done that, and then we've also, obviously, given that technology is becoming important, it's important actually, not becoming, to students, we've now looked at that, look, not only do students, 10 years ago or so, you probably just needed a textbook, but today students need laptops, they need devices, they need tablets and etc. We've taken our model and stepped into that space as well to ensure that all students are able to afford and access what they need to succeed.
Absolutely. So you kindly asked me not to ask you first, so you're the last person now. Minders, what gets you to think of a business like that? Before you answer the question, Dillian, I want you to think about this question from the audience. So there's a big mismatch, which is true, in funders' products offering and small business enterprises' needs and times. And I have a personal example of this, where I asked for funding from one of the big funders, and they only came back to me a year and a half later when I was already operating on a bootstrapped, had a team of 6 running. So please think about that. And maybe for you, Antoinette, what is the most useful advice for business women, when starting and finding a business? Just think about that. So, how did I think about Minders? How did you get to think about that? It's quite was it just a few months? We have what now? Pet insure. So, which was quite interesting. You can now insure your pets, specifically dogs and cats. Yeah. Take us through what makes one think of this business, and what are you doing differently, because now there's a huge focus on pets, and which is, I think we are quite late in this country, but as people love pets so much. Yeah. What makes you think of this business?
So initially, the idea that I came up with wasn't, so pets, taking care of pets was a vertical down the line. The initial business idea was actually taking care of real human children, where I have, personally, I have a lot of female friends, that are doing very well in their careers, but they're always pressed for time. And you'll find that, maybe the nanny is away and they have to go somewhere off on a conference, and there isn't somebody to kind of step in and help take care of the kids. Or sometimes, they're stuck in a board meeting and they can't pick up the kids after school, right? And I figured, there has to be a way that I could help. Because sometimes I found myself in meetings where some of my colleagues would come into a board meeting with their child, right? And I was like, surely there has to be something that can, that can be put in place to assist women. So I thought of, building a platform essentially that can help women, or rather provide a service for women who needed assistance, on the fly, vetted, trained, and whatnot. But when I came up with that business, it was around a time where South Africa was experiencing a lot of challenges in terms of, children going missing, children being killed, and, a lot of very unfortunate sort of events happening around that. And I also looked at the fact that I think it's very important when you're starting a business to look at yourself holistically and say, okay, do I have, you know, the relational capital? Do I have financial capital? Do I have all the other different kinds of, you know, capital that I need as a person to succeed? And I made the decision that, you know, that business model or that idea was too risky for me as a person. The chances of venturing into that one were, because for instance, if I went into that one, right, and for instance, one of my, you know, minders or carers did something that unfortunately led to, God forbid, the death of a child, that could have literally tanked my business, right? And so I made the decision to, you know, move on. So essentially make a turn and say, let's rather focus on pet care, providing pet care services as a start, and then we will essentially move on to the other verticals down the line. You know, let's create a brand, let's, you know, create strong relationships, you know, let's make sure that we have a growing or rather sustainable business that can handle whatever risk that may come.
Great. What's your portfolio quickly? How big are the pets you're looking after?
How big are?
How many pets have you facilitated to be looked after?
So
what pets specifically? Which ones?
So we, Minders focuses specifically on companion animals. So we do dogs, cats, and small mammals. We've done a parrot. We've done a couple of guinea pigs, but mostly it's cats and dogs. And mostly in Cape Town, in Johannesburg, and Pretoria. There has been a couple of requests in Durban, but you know, we don't have a very big database in Durban of people that can provide the service just yet, but we are thinking of you know, expanding there. So Minders started, the beta version of the platform was launched in November 2016. Still live. We'll actually be relaunching the new platform, crossing my fingers, in August. And I think when I look at the numbers, we facilitated just over about 120 transactions so far, with a database of just over, now we're looking at 800 minders in the country.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you because I want to get a sense of your market share. Like, how big is your pie? Just think about that for now. Antoinette, you're ready. You know, what is the most useful advice for business women when starting and running a business? This is from the audience.
I guess the number one would be your business is not your baby. For most women, we operate from our heart space, and I did it myself, and I think that's probably one of the reasons I had to liquidate my business eventually, is because my decision-making flowed out of my emotive space. So what I'd say to the women on the program is move to your head space. Your decisions need to flow from your head space and not your heart space. Go and adopt a dog, go get a cat, go to an orphanage over the weekend if you need to, or fall pregnant if you have to, but your business is not your baby. That's the number one. And then number two would be, it takes a village to grow a business. Make sure that you have the right people around you that can help you grow a business. Don't sit in a naughty corner somewhere trying to figure it out on your own. I see that a whole lot, where we try and be superwoman and we try and do everything on our own. Don't. It's a waste of time and energy. It really takes a village to grow a business.
Aisha, any thoughts from your side?
I mean, I completely agree with Antoinette. I think a lot of founders, and particularly female founders, because we tend to start businesses based on our own experience, so things that because of all sorts of issues and imbalances between males and females, we tend to, we'll only try and tackle something if we have personal experience, and that personal experience sometimes comes with a lot of emotion. I think the other thing is to be confident in yourself and to be overconfident. I found that my levels, my internal level of brashness and ego is to men normal. It's, you know, it's a normal human being. And so I've had to kind of recalibrate my confidence levels, particularly when, you know, I'm pitching to investors, selling my business, presenting to my team or even externally. So yeah, and it's very different to sort of the persona and the person that I am in my other roles as a woman.
So the mismatch, and maybe you'll answer and then I'll add this with my story and my experience.
Sure. Just before I say that, just incredible the caliber of entrepreneurs we have in the country. I mean, whenever we have these kind of engagements, we don't always all know each other. And yeah, I just always get so inspired by the things that people are doing, and it's amazing. So on the mismatch side, I think if you have a look, there's issues on the SME side and on the funder side. So on the SME side, there's a big issue around lack of access to information. So most SMEs don't know who the lenders are, what the products are, what the different types of products are, and what the criteria is to access that fund. So most entrepreneurs know about the banks, and we all know that the banks are ready to fund you when you don't need the funding. When you actually can, you've got enough revenue to build your own business, etc. So the funders that are out there that have got the money are struggling to find the entrepreneurs, and the entrepreneurs don't even know that they exist. So that's the biggest problem. And then entrepreneurs are often applying for the wrong type of product. So they're using a product that should be for expansion finance to try and do another type of finance requirement in their business. And then again, they don't know the criteria. And so that creates some of this problem where they apply and then land up getting disappointed. On the funder side, they have a big problem about finding matching businesses. So credible, fundable, matching, qualifying, ready small businesses, to get a pipeline of that for a funder is quite difficult. So most of them are not meeting their KPIs in terms of how much deal flow they're actually doing. And so some of the mismatch happens there. And I'll give you a quick example. You all know SEFA, the Small Enterprise Finance Agency. They're supposed to be the last wall of defense for accessing finance as a small business owner in this country. Now, we all know that in the direct lending side, things are not going well, and certainly anybody who's may have tried possibly hasn't been able to get funding. And if that's the last wall of defense, then you feel a bit hopeless. Now, ultimately, one of their big problems, if you've ever gone onto their website, after you've entered your name, by the second page, they're asking you to start uploading your financial statements and a whole bunch of things. They don't even know yet whether you're matched for finance, but you're doing all this rigor and this time wasting to do that. And so then they get, let's say, 10,000 applications. They've got to use human resource to actually assess all of those to get down to maybe the 80 that match, down to the 10 that actually qualify, and the 3 that are ready in terms of having what they need. And it's that process that's driving up the cost of lending, and it's also creating this, you'll get an answer 3 months later, and that's not the intention, it's just the system. So what they have is, these lenders have very good loan management systems. So once they know that you match, you qualify, you're ready, and they push you into their loan management system, the sausage machine works and you get your loan. But it's the whole process before, which is the leads management, and that's essentially what FinFind does. So we've now partnered with SEFA, and next month you'll see when you go onto the SEFA site, you come into a white-labeled version of FinFind, which is basically answering all the questions. Do you match? And within 4 minutes, do you match with any of the products that SEFA are offering? If you don't, SEFA says, well, we can't help you, but here, go to all these other lenders in the country. So I think that's one of the major areas of mismatch, is that entrepreneurs don't know who the right lender is, what the right product is, and what to qualify, and the lenders are struggling to find what fits their particular product set. And then lastly is, because there's no data or easily available data in this arena, kind of people are fishing in the wrong areas. So I use the example is, if you go out deep sea fishing and the captain doesn't have a GPS, but he kind of is he's a sailor for many years, and he kind of knows where the fish are. He'll send you into generally the right area, and the guys on this side will be catching and the guys on that aren't. If you had a GPS that said move 10 meters this way, they'd be in the middle of the school of fish. And what data starts to give us on entrepreneurs is who's looking for what, where, and it starts to help the lenders be able to tailor their products to meet the demand. We also have an analysis tool that says if your term loan product, your minimum is 50,000, well, we can show you with the data, if you reduce your minimum by 10,000, you're going to get 3,000 more leads that match. So data is also going to help with a mismatch. So those are some of the things.
Get you. I have a few questions, some more questions. This is for you, Antoinette. How do you see blockchain in the innovation of your platform?
And I used to be tech adjacent, so I was sitting over there, tech was here. So I'm dipping my toe into the tech space. And I love the blockchain, or the opportunities that blockchain present because of its transparency. And I think especially from a funding perspective, I think what you've just described for me would be the transparency around that process, right? And as you go through that process for me, it is understanding that maybe I only need to do 1, 2, 3, 4 in order to actually get that funding. But also what I want to do with the platform, and blockchain might be the solution, it might not, but we're exploring it at the moment, is to bring our offline village online where you'll be able to shop, learn, connect, and invest through this platform. So the way that I'm looking at it from a blockchain perspective is maybe creating the 88 BC coin that you then use to shop, to learn, to connect, and to invest. So really, at this point, we are exploring this, and which is why I said that we'll only implement it in the new year. I am dipping my toe into the space, so hey, maybe I'll come back here next year and go, oh, it wasn't blockchain, it was X. So yeah, that's who we are.
Fantastic. We have 5 minutes to wrap up. I'm going to do what all entrepreneurs do and talk about me and talk about my business. I haven't done that, so it's only appropriate. So I'm Pumlani, and I'm the founder and CEO of Water Africa, and we basically do a little bit of what you do, Antoinette, but not just for women entrepreneurs, but for African entrepreneurs. So I have projects in Algeria, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Kenya, about 5 countries. And I spend a lot of time outside Africa, outside South Africa, doing this work. And my clients are African Union, German government. And my business is specifically around facilitating successful transactions that can launch entrepreneurs in complex African spaces. So just to give you an example, if you go to Algeria, the government pays for your education, pays for your house. So the incentive to be an entrepreneur is very low. How do you launch and scale out small businesses in that country? So my work involves politicians, large businesses, co-creating a project that can help scale out. So it's quite different. I don't necessarily work sometimes with the individual entrepreneur, but I bring stakeholders together to launch a successful project and find a funder for that. So in many of these countries, they're either funded by EU or German government, and the idea is that I make sure that the projects are sustainable within 3 or 5 years. So that's a little bit of what I do. And then I'm also a lecturer, and I see here, so it's Stellenbosch. I was hoping it would be Fuwata, but I'm a lecturer at Stellenbosch, and I teach applied economics at master's level, and I teach sustainable entrepreneurship as well. So that's a little bit about myself. So I just thought, because I rushed straight into the interviews. Just final thoughts from your side. What's your one word, what's your one sentence, your 140 character advice to small businesses? How do we scale out? How do we scale out innovations in Africa with all the complexities that we have? Just even if you contextualize it within your sector.
I think for me, I'll put it in this sense, right? I think for me, the biggest thing, that one has to look at before anything else is the product market fit, right? Is there really a market for what you're trying to do? And how big is that market? How big is that pie, right? For you to even think about scaling. So, and I think if I look at the tech startup space in South Africa, that's always like the biggest problem, where we build this beautiful, shiny, apps, but there is no real business behind it. because the technology supports the business. So you can have the tech and it can be great, but if there is no business, then you have a problem.
Get you. That's very clear. Kondo.
Cool. I think a little bit similar, but you need to be authentic to the African challenge and the African context. It's not about just copying everything that comes from overseas or wherever and thinking it will work. It's around finding challenges which are opportunities to you. And often it might be like in my case, where it's an experience you having, and then looking at the available resources, including technology. Because as an entrepreneur, you're mobilizing everything around you to the context of finding a solution to the opportunities and problems that are out there.
I guess for me, it is number one, nobody owes you anything. Black entrepreneur sitting in this room, nobody, not the government, not corporate SA, nobody owes you anything. I was able to expand my ad agency to East Africa using my own money. No government funding, no sugar daddy, nothing. Just my own money, right? So I think we have to get past the South African entrepreneurs. And I've seen the difference because in Kenya, there's a very different mindset. In Uganda, there's a different mindset. As South African black entrepreneurs, it is time for us to stand up, show up well, and understand that nobody owes you a thing.
I've got to follow that.
I listen to her speak all the time at conferences, and she never disappoints. So.
I think it's about having a big vision. I think in contexts like South Africa and in Africa, addressing the many challenges that present us with opportunities takes courage. And I think to be courageous in solving problems, you've got to have a really big, bold vision. And when I think about our role as the youth of today, compared to our parents and our grandparents, they were just solving different problems. My parents and grandparents were apartheid activists, and that was what they were about doing. And my role as an entrepreneur is about solving problems like unemployment, lack of education, societal breakdown, and racial division, et cetera, et cetera. So you've got to have big vision to solve problems like that, and I think there are a lot of resources available to entrepreneurs today. I think we don't, as Antoinette says, we can't complain. We've got government that is constantly talking about support for SMEs and for entrepreneurs. You have these amazing organizations that are setting you up with funding. You have so many women-focused funds and an ecosystem. So we don't have excuses. So have a big vision and then go after it.
Thank you.
I think the two things. The one is that you need a partner in country who understands the realities of that particular. So, while you can pivot, you can't do it from here. And my big advice, and it might not be what everyone wants to hear, don't go with a corporate. Don't go with someone who's got, a footprint in every country who's going to tell you they're going to do it for you, because ultimately, when you start looking at go-to-market strategy and their understanding of your product, we've had a very bad experience with one of our other businesses in that arena. So I think go with people in country who understand that environment, and you're not trying to work through a big Africa-based environment that's got opcos in those sorts of countries and don't know how to access on the ground. And then the other thing is the type of product. So I've got 3 different businesses. FinFind is quite difficult in terms of, because the product, our database is about the products in each country, so it takes a lot longer to go into another country. So while a lot of the information and the content we share is the same across lending, you've got to then build a new database. Although we've got all the technical infrastructure and the algorithms and the matching, not to say we're not doing it, we've got partners that we are doing that with. Then I've got another business that's an accounting software that there's only a little bit of rigor that needs to be done in terms of changing. And so everything else, because accounting is the same, in any country at the end of, in terms of the debits and credits. And then we've got another product which is just global. You can plug in anywhere and work. So I think it's also very dependent. Scaling is the product an immediate fit if you've already done product market fit, or do you have to do a lot of customization or kind of country sensitive changes?
Thank you. So there you have it, straight from the horse's mouth. Thank you very much for giving your ears in the afternoon, and Pumlani Kontwani.
Thank you, Pumlani. Thank you. For anybody who follows the SBI or myself on Twitter or go to our website, you'll see we call this the highlight of every Indaba. This is real people speaking about real challenges. I've never met real entrepreneurs who don't leave me energized. And I am from your grandparents' generation. But still. What a very fitting conclusion. And I know we go through talking about our country and the depression and the hope and you know, have we lost and should we join, you know, the other side, and we talk about the regulations, we talk about all this stuff, and then we always finish with people who, I think sometimes they're probably glad other people worry about that stuff so that they can get on with their businesses. You are all inspirations and inspirational, so thank you very much. Favorite panel, Bumlani, thank you for coming despite your eye. I nearly had to stand in for him. That would have been ugly. My job is but only to do the final thank yous. I know quite a few of you have paid to be here. Take my word for it, it costs a lot more than the sum of your contributions. And these very useful, I think, platforms are only possible thanks to great sponsors. So Mazars, you can never get your money back, but who knows? What you invest here may just one day actually make a fundamental difference to somebody. So thank you. Thank you for your commitment and for your sponsorship. Our other two significant sponsors for this event was Auto in General and Boland Scrap Metal. All the way from the Free State, we had Hetty bring us flowers. I don't know how that works. She's left us now. Maggie and Nelia assisted with the registration. And for all the men in the audience, can you see? I stand up and I get all the glory, and it's always the woman who's done the hard work. Almost without fail, isn't it? It's disgusting. I'm sorry, but hell is lekker. Wilma, where are you? Wilma and Leandre, Jennifer isn't here. They put this program together, they make it flow, they get everybody here. If Wilma's ever invited you, there's no way out ever again. I mean, she doesn't only irritate you until you say yes, she then irritates you because you've said yes until you're here. Can you confirm that? Yeah. Don't show any potential because she never let go of you ever again, Pumlani. This is for life now. You know, I think it was a very spectacular day. We, a year or so ago, rebranded ourselves. We're repositioning ourselves. We're trying to be a big voice for small business through all the sectors of the economy. We're trying to engage with policymakers and with other people that are in our environment on a credible basis. And we try and share constantly with people in the space, with real entrepreneurs and small business people, what we're up to, what we're doing, and so on. So for us, this is perfectly on strategy. This is what we do. We like doing this. We like creating platforms. We hear crazy ideas, diverse opinions. We disagree with each other. And in parallel, in the background, we are busy doing a baseline study that for the first time in this country's history will give policymakers some idea of what the space looked like. Then we'll do evidence, policy, I would like to say interference, but lobbying is probably the best we will be able to do. So my job is but only to thank the amazing team for everything they've done, and thank you to everybody who's contributed. I'm going back to Joburg for a shower now. I'm just saying. Thank you very much.